We're gonna try this one again. I better not see any Dan slip into my party this time. Go ahead and get protects for everybody. Protect is generally going to be a more useful spell for me for the boss battles, but Dia is going to be my backbone for a lot of the undead encounters, which is why you still want to get a copy of that for everybody. Yeah, it was clearly too many Dans in one area. Caused a complete collapse of the monster population. What if Dan is masquerading as Garland? Then Dan is about to get hammered. Let's give this group a better try here. So we need to get level 2 at least. Go ahead and hammer those imps to get that to happen. Or a wolf. We can hammer wolves as well. That is also adequate. Four for 4. All right, one more imp to go. Are all the bosses Dan in disguise? That would be an interesting storyline if Dan was in gigantic costumes and masks, portraying all the bosses. It would explain why a lot of them do die very easily in the late game. I've always been curious about that, and that might be the answer. Alright, here we go. Up to Temple of Fiends again. This time, hopefully, with less Dan. No splits for this run. Yeah, I'm just going to do this as a challenge run. I do have splits somewhere for mages because I've done it a couple times already on GBA. But I didn't see where they were sitting around, so I just decided to do a standard challenge format. That is certainly a lot of imps there, so we're going to leave. That time, probably about half the number of encounters as we had last time. Okay, who's going to be my person least likely to be doing curing? Probably you. Alright, Dan, we've come to knock you down. Do both protects on my front 2 characters. They're the most likely to be targeted by Garland. We can start filling in the gaps in round 2. Each of these protects reduces Garland's attack by a couple points of damage per round. And so you'll see that the fight goes much more smoothly once we've got them on. Also, protect doesn't really cost very much MP, so I can still afford to throw a couple of heals here as well. 3 pretty much has him more or less knocked out of the fight. Let's give you guys second protect. Unlikely for the back rows to be attacked as compared to the front rows, but there's still a chance of Garland going after them. Garland is an anagram for Large Dan. Would a Large Dan do more damage than a Small Dan? Or does it just have worse accuracy? Like, how does this work in terms of Final Fantasy stats? Somebody needs to get on this. Watch those hammers fly. You'll see a lot of hammering action in the early part of the game. We're going to be doing this to Garland. We're going to be doing this to Astos. Fortunately, most of the other bosses will have alternative strategies besides sitting there with hammers. Alright, so Large Dan has higher attack power but less accuracy than a Small Dan. If we ever need to go up against a monster that has really high evade, we'll have to go ahead and keep that in mind. But in the meantime, 4 white mages have rescued the princess, much to everybody's astonishment. I mean, if 4 white mages at level 2 can beat Garland, really there's no excuse for why that princess was stuck there. There we go, 1 loot later. We are all set and ready to go. Hey Lance, welcome in. Just in time for some hammer and action on this bridge. Is there any reasoning for the order of games in the mini marathon? Not really. I wanted to start off with PlayStation and with NES, and I felt that PSP could go second rather than fourth. It didn't really matter. See, these guys know how hammers are supposed to be used on bridges and not on Garland. I think they probably could have taken Garland, to be honest. 10 guys with hammers. We only had 4, and we had no trouble whatsoever. Alright, so let's go ahead and get Dia for everybody else. There's 2 and 3. I'm not going to bother with antidotes this time because I'll basically say scum across the walk over to Provoca. Really no benefit from taking any battles at this point. We will wait until after we have a chance to get the 15 puzzle done, which is going to be pretty extensive. We're going to need a lot of items from the 15 puzzle. We'll hopefully get many, many fangs to be able to kill the wizards and make Astos faster. Fangs are an item that you can get from the 3rd place prize pool. And each fang is one of the 2nd tier spells. Lit 2, Fire 2, or Ice 2 for casting. And those are going to be the most important ones to find. While I'm doing the 15 puzzle, we'll also get a couple of other things which we can sell for cash. But those fangs are going to be what I'm basically going to be counting out. 2 fangs will kill the wizards. You would need like 5 or 6 fangs to kill Astos. PSP actually changed it so the fangs do more damage. But GBA, it is probably impractical to get enough fangs to kill Astos outright. Hey Glassjaw, welcome in. The highly cost-efficient Poisona spell. I mean, if you got poisoned 100 times, maybe it would pay off to get the spell instead of buying antidotes, but it would be much faster to get antidotes with the speed at which you could do stacks at 99 now. What is the difference between Hermes Shoes and Speed Drink? Hermes Shoes is just the haste spell, so single target gives one person double attacks per round. Speed Drink increases your accuracy, and so you'll be more easily able to hit things, and you'll be eligible to get +1 attack. And those two things are just completely different for the interaction. So you could stack haste with those bonus attacks and get 2 bonus attacks per drink. Hey there, Maelstrom. Welcome in. nice clean walk over to Provoca here. No iguanas. No giant packs of wolves. Alright, somewhat of a giant pack of wolves. We got 2 more tries. Thou and Gumbo. Gumbo gets us out of there. I'll take it. We got some good progress in that stroll there, so worth continuing on. That one was too close. It's nice having a very fast, soft reset so that you can basically save scum past random encounters. But on this version, you don't know where they are. So you can't do what NES does and make like perfect placements. You kind of have to have like a feeling for, how many steps can I safely take? And when is it worth it to do another little safety save along the way to speed it up? Ooh, Gumbo got a strong level up at Garland. But Razdandel got stronger magic level ups at that one as well. So we've got very unbalanced characters so far in terms of stats. Alright, looking good. Let's do some pirates. Same strategy as before. Get those protects up in round 1. The pirates are actually somewhat dangerous because of their large numbers and our lack of armor. So we have to kind of hope that we can get through round 1 here, mostly unscathed. Got 2 protects on our front characters here. You're down to a reasonable amount now. You're gonna cure yourself. You're gonna help protect Gumbo. Biz is about to be getting the business. Need that protect to go up. Alright, there's 1 protect on Biz, 2 protects on everybody else. It's a pretty good start here through this fight. You can see the pirates are not going to be doing more than 1 damage unless they get a critical, and then they can do like an extra 15. And for that reason, we do want to have Biz get a little bit more defense. Should be 2 hits per pirate, maybe 3 if the Spirit of Dan is with us. Dan is with us. All right. You guys go out. Go ahead, get that cure up. Once I've got Biz cured, we'll have 4 attacks per round. And start accelerating the rate at which we hammer these pirates down. At this point, it's now basically a battle of attrition. Every round, we take out 1 or 2 pirates, reducing their total DPS, and also speeding the rounds up so that there's fewer total actions. Three pirates left. We should be able to kill them this round if we get some good hits in. There's 1 down. Never mind. We got Danned. 1 last pirate to go. And down. All right. The boat is ours. We can go ahead and get that free leather shield, which we can do nothing with. We can hang it admiringly on our wall, and everybody can take a nice glance at it. Good memories of the time that we killed some pirates. Before I forget, I'm going to go ahead and get you guys gloves. Why not get gloves? Gloves keep your hands warm. Slightly impact your ability to cast spells, but that's really unimportant for this group. Hey, Psychopather, welcome in. And now for the 15 puzzle. Go ahead and do a quick solve here first. Okay, should be good. All right, now my third place time is to beat 1 minute. So I'm going to stuff a whole bunch of finishes in between 30 seconds and 1 minute, basically just counting backwards. So I'm going to do 59, 58, 57, and so on. And that'll give me a lot of tries at those fangs that I want to get. So just hang out here. If I finished right now, I'd get another Mega Elixir for first place, but we want to delay. Now we're into the third place territory. And again, by going backwards, it gives me the most number of opportunities to get the drops. Each time it's going to be basically a 1 in 4 chance of getting a Fang, 1 in 12 of getting the one that I most want, which is the blue Fang for the wizards. But any of the 3 Fangs does a pretty good job here. So here we go. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Red Curtained. All right, so that is not what we want. Red Curtain is Null Fire, which could be useful in some situations, but will not help us kill wizards. Okay, it should be roughly 1 in 4 chance of getting the fangs that we are looking for. "15 puzzles in every version of the game, but every version of the game has a different set of rewards. In the NES version, you got 100 gold. In PlayStation, you got 10,000 gold for a first place and then less gold for lower places on the leaderboard. This version, you've got certain prize pools based on whether you are first, second, third, or not in the top 3 for different items you can get. And PSP is very similar to GBA. 7, 8. All right, White Curtains. We got our Null Frost out of the way. We will hopefully not be taking a lot of damage on Lich. Almost unimportant to get the White Curtain because we'll have everybody in the party able to cast Null Frost in that battle. But still appreciate it. It's like the Christmas gift that you didn't really want to see. But you know, you have to be at least a little bit polite about it. Yeah, the curtains will sell for a very small amount of cash. I do need money, but that's why I got the Mega Elixir up front. And so if I don't have enough from the other items, I can sell the Mega Elixir for 2,000. Alright, so this will be the 57-second completion. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Blue Curtain, we got a complete set. We're good for all 3 of the curtainous elements, but no fangs as of yet. We'll go for the 56-second completion here. It's nice that I get a little bit of time to relax and chill out during each of these. Okay, we basically need 2 fangs minimum for wizards, and then each fang we have over that is going to make Astos faster. Red Curtain. All right, we are 4 for 4 on curtain luck. but 0 for 4 on fangs. This will be our 55-second playthrough. Come on, Blue Fang. Blue Fang's the best because that is lit too, and that is the element that does the most damage to wizards. Otherwise, you would basically need 2 fangs to replace each missing blue one that you have. For Astos, it doesn't matter which color. White actually would be the best. White curtain! All the curtains tonight. How do you get this puzzle last, Bryce Moon? Depending on the version that you're playing, it's A plus B together or circle plus square together for a certain number of times. The original NES version, it was 55, and it's been dropped down to like 22 since then. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4. White curtain again. We are, as of this point in time, perfect on curtains. If anybody needs a decorating business, we have the supplies for you. The other trick is that generally for the versions, there's one button you can hold down, and you just have to mash the other one. It'll vary between which versions, the button that you can do it on, but if you try it out, that's a lot easier than having to push both of them at the same time repeatedly. That's just a quick tip for somebody that's doing a lot of 15 puzzles over time. Alright, so here is 2, 3, the 53-second completion Blue Fang! Alright, our first Fang in the bag. And it is a blue one. That's the type that we do want to see optimally for the wizards. Again, basically 2 blue fangs guarantees the wizard fight is taken care of. But we would ideally like to have more for Astos, making it so I have fewer hammerings to do. This will be our 52-second completion. Why am I waiting to the mid 50-second range? So basically, I need to get a 3rd place time on the leaderboard, and what I'm doing is going in reverse order down the times, so that every single one's 3rd place that I do. So this will be 52 seconds, so 3rd place, again, breaking it by 1 second. Vampire Fang, not a true Fang. Instead of doing damage that does paralysis instead. This will be our 51-second completion. That would have been a really fast time. That's like a 16-second 15 puzzle right there. Unfortunately, we do not want 1st places. We want 3rd places. Right now we have 1 Fang, a whole large mass of curtains. We are going to be set for drapes forever. And we are looking for more of those damage fangs. 51 seconds on the clock. Blue Fang. Alright, so we have what we need for the wizards. At this point, I will go probably down to like 45 seconds or so and see if we can get some more fangs for Astos. Every fang we have probably saves on the order of like 10 rounds of hammers. This will be our 50-second completion here. I'm glad I got the 2 blue ones first. That's really good to get those out of the way because I don't have to worry about doing double fangs to replace those. 950. All right, blue fang again. We are definitely set for the wizards now, and we have 1 fang for Astos at this point. White fang is actually slightly better for Astos because Ice 2 does more damage than Fire 2 or Lit 2 does. Astos does not have any elemental resistances to speak of. So he does not care what type you do as long as you have damage. And again, I'll go down to 45 seconds on the completion, so we'll do, I guess, 5 more including this one. And we'll hopefully get some more fangs. 6, 7, 8, 9. All right. Vampire is not the right type of fang. I'll be more specific. More damage fangs game. Get a couple of first places. I mean, I did a first place right at the start for the Mega Elixir. That's 2,000. And you really don't need a lot of cash for 4 white mages. They have very little that you can get in the way of weapons and armor throughout the entire game. And you don't need a large variety of spells. All right, there is another curtain for our curtain shop. You need curtains, give us a call. Dan was fired. Dan did not get off to a good start, and so we've replaced him with a variety of motley characters recruited off the street. White Fang, all right. There is another Fang for our Fang collection. Down to our last 2 here. So we got the 46 and the 45 to go. We have enough fangs for the wizards. These are bonus fangs for Astos. Every fang making the Astos fight just that much faster. 5, 6. All right, white curtain. We also get some other nice stuff every once in a while. Like a Phoenix Down is pretty handy with how often you die early on. That way you don't have to worry about going back to town to revive your not Dans, but they will feel like Dans by the end of this. This will be our 45-second playthrough. You eventually get much better at it, Bevergol. I'm not even using super fast strats. I'm doing a very consistent route through it that does not take advantage of all the rotations that are possible. All right, Blue Fang. Oops, didn't even want to do another one, but we can nevertheless celebrate a little bit here. We got all the fangs that we need. I mean, we could hope for more fangs, but this will definitely do. There we go. Alright, let's do some item shopping. Go ahead and raise cash for our team. Okay, leather shield can go. These staves can go. Those are terrible weapons. We've got some eye drops we don't need. Look at that. 8 curtains that we found. Okay, vampire fangs can go. Gold needle can go. We'll buy that back later when we have a lot more cash. Echo grass, we don't want to see those. I really don't think it's worth pulling around the red curtain or the blue curtain. The white curtain we can use on the Lich fight and speed that up a little bit. And then let's see, 1492, is that enough money? Yeah, we'll need at least 1 Mega Elixir sold off there. That should do. How fast is the fast strat? I've gotten like an 11-second solve, but really the solve speed is more about your overall luck in the initial setup for it. Alright, so we got silence all done. We got this jerk. I'll give you one more chance. Don't go left. There you go. We should be good for the exited provoker there. I could grab ethers, which I don't think I really need in this playthrough. Like, we shouldn't be running out of MP in any of the early battles. Oh man, the run fails. Raz, stay in there. All right, that'll be a keeper. We at least got some progress. Is Monk nerfed in the remakes? The Monk actually got better in the remakes. The Black Belt gets a lot better bonuses in the early game, meaning that you don't really need to keep the salami sticks around for as long. Like, NES, it's like level 9. Where you trade off the weapons for your fists, but you can pretty much walk out the door at level 1 and be pretty good at punching. It's like technically like level 2 or 3, depending on which version of the remake that you want to have. But I would say they're definitely a very big force. Made it onto the land here. So close. Alright, I don't think we want to fight any wargs. We'll go ahead, duck into town here, grab some supplies. I would like to get caps for everybody. That's 4 more defense. Well, collectively between the 4 of us, it's 4 more defense. If it was 4 more defense on one person, that'd be pretty good, but I would need the iron armlets for that. Those are just way too expensive. Did I buy helms? I'm dumb. Alright, let's try that again. Caps. Like, why aren't these caps going on anybody? We're gonna need a nice stack of antidotes. I would like to get a little bit of potions, just to make sure we can take care of the party better in Marsh Cave. And yeah, 610 should do it. Alright, so we are set on that. I noticed that our front white mages are the worst when it comes to HP. We'll just swap everybody around, make them happy that way. There we go, some MP. Let's get on to Marsh Cave as fast as we can. There's really nothing we can do to make these grinds better. Like, if we find an ogre, we can have a good time. If we find some undead, of course, we can have a really good time. The undead are not going to like this team. For black belts, I would basically recommend doing something similar to what I did here, and that is do fangs as a way to make it faster to get through wizards and Astos, and that way you have better grind spots to work on. Like once you get to Earth Cave, the black belt gets a lot of really good stuff. Like you get the silver bracelets at Melmon, so you finally have some good defense. You get some enemies that are really good at just sitting there and getting beaten over the head over and over again. It's like the Earth Elementals and the Giants are like perfect black belt fodder. And you can just trigger them on demand because they're both trap tiles. This one ogre fight here should get me level 5. It'll be close though, depending on how things go. Ooh, we might want to worry about Mr. Thou. Actually, we need another round of protects on everybody. Looking like 2 is not enough for this group. Okay, you're gonna go Cure and Self-Protect. Self-cure. I guess we can attack, and then you're gonna protect and attack. Looks good. Hey, Chilpigans, welcome in. Alright, we're doing another 4-white major run. This has been one of the more requested ones. I did this back in GBA Challenge Week, and we'll see if we have a similarly successful completion tonight. The GBA Challenge Week one was like 5.5 hours, so that is my my goal time for tonight here. Here we go, ogre down. Not quite enough for level 5. Is this glitchless? Yes. This is the GBA version where there are no notable glitches. So by default, every run is glitchless on this. That one's not nearly as good of a fight. 4 Dans. We did do 4 Dans on the NES, and it was spectacular. 4 Dans was actually not too bad. 4 red mages, all named Dan, making it extra confusing about who had what, because NES you get reordered all the time in your party. Are there any major glitches on GBA? No. There's really no minor glitches either, for that matter. Hey, Delphi Knight, welcome in. Thank you very much there for the host. Hope you had a good stream, and you're coming to a good one, because we've got 4 white mages tonight on the GBA. Thank you very much, Delphi, and thanks again for the host there. See, we can speed this up slightly by doing protects onto the back. This will give us 3 protects on everybody, which should be enough to survive the ogre blows. What is the overall strat for this? Get out of the early game as fast as possible. That is actually an important strat number 1, because once you get past Astos, there is a sequence of bosses that are all undead. So you've got the Lich Fight, Vampire, Zombie D, 3 in a row bosses that you can just absolutely crush as white mages. But you have to get past Astos to get there, and Astos and the wizards are really tough. So what I've done is farmed out 15-piece fangs, and that way we have attack items to use on those, and we can actually take them on without having to grind ridiculous levels. Like, I'm going to be at level 5 right here in just a second, and that'll probably be what we get the wizards at. Randomizer for GBA, I've not seen anything for that. I've only seen randomizer for PSP being talked about. If you enjoy this hammering action, wait until we get to Astos. That is going to be a hammer fest. There we go. Ogre down. And level 5 obtained. Level 6, even better. Level 6 is a guaranteed strong level for everybody, so a good amount of HP now on our white mages. Enough to maybe survive one hit by the wizards. We'll hopefully not need to find out because we're going to use our fangs, and if we can outspeed them, we can take down the entire wizard group with 2 fangs. Feels so bad about running from an undead pack, but you know, we're in a hurry here. The MC Hammer Mages, I'd be down with that. Go ahead and get the Cottage and the Phoenix down here. Nice safeties. I might get the Copper Bracelet on the way out. I think it's still in this version of the game. But for now, Wizard time. Only 2, which is great. You're going to attack. I can... Actually, no, I can have everybody try to use blue fangs, and the first 2 should kill them. That way I'm not actually using up all my fangs. I'll confirm that after this, to make sure that I have not run out of fangs. Oh man, wizard down. Not the right kind of wizard though, it was the white wizard that was down. Getting lucky here, 2 to 4 wizards could show up. We've had 2 wizards both times. Alright, Gumbo. Show us what you can do. Biz, finish him off. Perfect. There we go. Still 2 blue fangs left and a white fang for Astos. We actually had no red fang show up in the 15 puzzle. Red fang is fire too, and most fire weak monsters are also weak to harm, so we probably didn't really need that one. So wizards out of the way. Scorpions are actually pretty dangerous here. Let's try a little bit of a better fight on the way out if we can get it. There's still a large number of battles that are ambushes, so you have to be kind of careful here on the 3rd floor. Hello, Bat. Bat just wanted to cuddle. Alright. Yeah, that is a copper armlet. I will use that temporarily here on Gumbo to get slightly more defense. Ooh, 3/4 of the poisonous party mix make an appearance. Missing out on the scum, though. You really can't have party mix without the scum. Like, that's what ties together the whole mix. All you have is muck. It just settles down to the bottom of the bag. Gargoyles are actually somewhat painful. Without armor, you take a ridiculous amount of damage because they've got 2 attacks per round. There we go, out of there. Hey! Shofugamachi, thank you much for the host there, and welcome everybody to some 4 white mages in Final Fantasy. We're doing the GBA version with 4 white mages here. Just finished up the wizards, and we're going to head on over to see if we can tangle with Astos after this. Yeah, the gargoyles have more attacks per round in this version than they do in NES. There's a couple of monsters that are like that. where they got enough stat boosts that it pushed their multiplier for attacks up by 1. It's really a bad thing for a lot of your weaker caster classes that don't get armor until Melmond. So what's up with all the encounters? This is the highest encounter rate version of the game by a lot. And I think that there are also a couple of areas in PSP which they did treat specially, like Marsh Cave in PSP's got less than half of the PSP's normal encounter rate. But regardless of that, the base encounters of GBA is just insane. It's really, really ridiculous. I think they learned a lot from this version about reducing the encounters, and as much as people that play the PSP complain about it, it is so much better than GBA when it comes to random fights. You can just speed through a lot of dungeons. Well, this walk was amazing. I will take that. Go ahead and drop our tent down. So the name of the game with Astos is to get prepared. First things first, we need to get him silenced, and then we need to get some buffs up to keep our party safe. So this is going to be a fight which we might have to try a couple times. But the strategy is amazing at the end of the day when you look at it. Like, really, really underpowered party versus this very dangerous boss. Alright, rub, don't work. There we go, good start. And we got 4 chances to silence him here. Try number 1 fails. Try number 2 fails. 3, we got him. Alright, so now he's silenced, but he's going to hit us really hard with physicals. So we need to start stacking a ridiculous number of protects up until we are safe from the physical damage. What is the chance to silence? It's like maybe 1 in 4 to 1 in 6 on this guy. It's good enough that you'll get it pretty easily. It's not the big struggle that like silence on Chaos would be. Don't worry, Babberglaw. I think it'll be less than 15 minutes. It's a lot better than the NES version when doing this strat. Here's 2 protects up. You can see that Astos is still hitting us really hard, even with the protects. But we are slowly dropping that number down. It was like 45 the first time, now it's under 30. Why protect instead of blink? Because criticals will still hit you, even with the blink spell, whereas protect works despite criticals taking place. Oh man, 56 still. To make sure that we don't run totally out of magic, because I still need to heal a bit. I also have some potions I left over from Marsh Cave, so we should have those as a backup. The very first blink is probably better if you have a monster that hits many times per round than a protect would be. If a monster only hits once though, blink is all or nothing. You're either going to dodge it or you don't. So it takes a long time for blink to get any benefit, whereas protect gets immediate benefits from monsters that only hit you 1 or a small number of times. How does protect work? Basically, it's a modifier to your armor value. So imagine each time we're casting it, like the equivalent of putting on 6 more armor points. It's either like 6 or 8, somewhere around there. It will cap at 255, so if a monster does a whole bunch of damage, it will eventually be able to overcome it. But that's a big enough hurdle that early game monsters have no shot. All right, there we go. We're looking good. Get some cures on you guys. Throw those remaining fangs that we have left over. These fangs are going to reduce the length of the fight by a lot. On PSP, that would probably be doing like 3 times as much damage. Okay, go ahead. You're going to have White Fang. You got a cure. And you guys are out of fangs, so it is hammering time. Hammering is going to be our remainder of his HP. He's got like maybe 150 tops left. But we do one. We do 1 per hit unless we get a critical. If I get a critical, you'll see that flash. So Thou got a critical for 13. And also we miss a lot because he's pretty agile. So I just hold down the A button and we eventually hammer him into submission. Does enough protect work against Chaos? Yes. Chaos has got 100 base attack power, I think. He also has more attacks per round in the remakes. And especially when you get to fast, you'll be taking a big chunk off of what his normal attack would be like. How long would this battle take without fangs? You can see we're doing like maybe somewhere between 5 to 10 damage per round on average, and each fang was 45. So a fang saves me like 9 to 10 rounds. Criticals are oh so important on this guy. Each critical is also like 2 rounds of savings, maybe 3. Does Dia work? No, Dia only works on undead monsters. Dia is slightly less effective than the corresponding tier fire spell, but it's the only thing that white mages have for attack until you get Holy at the very end of the game for white wizards. For comparison, when we did 4 Thieves on the NES version, which doesn't have the possibility of silence, this is a nightmare fight. Astos goes through his spell rotation, which starts off with Rub, Slow, Fast, and then does Lit 2 and Fire 2. Then there's another couple of small spells, like he's got like Sleep in there or something, and then it'll just rotate around. So you basically have to do this fight, still doing only 1 damage per hit, without all these protections. Like he would be mauling you with physicals, he's doing 100 plus damage around with the Lit 2 and Fire 2. It's a thing. The white mages, by comparison, is like a luxury vacation. Items that I will use to offset the garbage attack. There's only one item that will help you, and that is the Giant's Glove, or Power Glove, as it's called in different versions in the Sea Shrine. So you're really trying to get there as fast as possible. Unfortunately, you do have to do a fairly large number of dungeons to get there. So in order to get to Sea Shrine, I still need to do Earth Cave and beat Lich. I need to beat the Ice Cave. And then I could have my my airship at that point. So we'll do Sea Shrine as soon as we can. But there is a couple of obstacles in the way. Can the Thief even wield any weapons that get through Astos' defense? No. You have to get lucky on criticals. hoping for the 1, 2, 3, 4 round. That would have been really stylish. The 1, 1, 1, 1 is not nearly the same. We're about 90% through Astos now. Yeah, we did more than 50% just with the fangs, and that saved an enormous number of rounds overall. That's why it's worth doing those 15 puzzles. And now we just need to hammer him into submission, hopefully with some criticals to save rounds as well. 4 warriors is pretty easy. Warriors have enough stat growth that they will be able to overcome Astos' absorb rating without spending hours grinding. Red mages and black mages have temper, so they get a really easy fight as well. Black belts have a little bit of a problem. I would recommend black belts doing the fang route to get much damage as possible. There he goes. And that way you don't have to punch him nearly as much. Alright, 4 white mages have cleared out Northwest Castle and retrieved this poor old woman's crystal eye. The critical hit flash is kind of subtle, so unless you really look at it, you might not notice that it's happening. Oh man, I was just about to go into the save. Let's see if we can get away from this battle. These guys are pretty slow, so good chance of running from ogres and from creeps. Almost everything else would be hard to run from, although undead we can Dia, which makes that an easy fight. Can't wait for the skeleton grind. We'll be grinding some mummies. We'll grind some zombie Ds. Those are going to be my 2 monsters, I think, for the game to focus on. Mummies up until we have enough levels to take on Lich, and then zombie Ds for our late game grind. Is this the only run tonight? Yes, this will be, well, the last time I did it, it was 5.5 hours. So that's a good estimate about how long we're going to take. Hey, Vicarian, yes, this is the GBA version. And these are 4 white mages that you see on the screen as well. We're doing Bane strats. I think I'm just gonna do a straight up punching of chaos. Funny thing is the difference between your like bare hands and like a hammer is very, very small. I mean, maybe we can do the wooden hammer for the starter weapon or something. But it's not like I'm gonna get really much in the way of useful items. Unless we pick up the Masmune, of course. That is the only weapon that white mages can use that's anywhere decent. Well, I hope you enjoy the show here tonight, Vicarian. Definitely be a fun one. I like doing 4 white mages. It's a category that is a really different experience from the normal speedrun because you have almost nothing in common with what you can do on any boss. It's like a totally unique thing to itself. Who's going to wield the Masmune? I was thinking about just throwing the Masmune away. It's like a crummy old sword in a box. Like, who really wants that? Probably dirty. Go ahead and get our herb delivered back down to the prince. Ooh, this is an awful encounter. I'm going to skip that one. The Sags are really difficult to run from. The eyes just sit there and do paralysis nonstop. It's their only move. They don't even have a physical attack. It's the only monster in the game that does not have a physical. Dan gets the Masmuin. I guess we can go with that. We'll give the Masmuin to Dan, who is not with us tonight. We had 2 Dans at the start of the night, and it just was not working out. So we went with a Danless party instead. We can't think much for the bits there. We will put those towards the Melmond Relief Fund. Melmond always in need of more relief. Like, seriously, if you've ever seen Melmond, you would know it needs a lot of relief. There we go. 1 Mystic Key obtained. Go ahead and put that to good use by robbing everybody blind. Let's skip that last one. It's a piece of fighter gear, so obviously not too interesting for our party. Can we nuke Melmond? We do not have any black wizards, I'm sorry. If we did, oh boy, Melmond would get it. The item in there is a copper gauntlet, which I think sells for like 60. It's a really small amount. That'll sell for a little bit more though. We get our cottage in here that sells for 1,000. That'll sell for 320, I think. Got the tent. Get our TNT. I wouldn't have enough money to hopefully get like maybe 2 or 3 silver armlets at Melmond before doing the mummy grind. Kind of feel bad about not getting 4, but there's just not much I can do unless I got the swords out of Temple of Fiends. Hey, King Kong, welcome in. Well, if you enjoy 4 white mage runs, good news for you tonight. We got some more white mages. This time GBA, though, instead of NES randomizer. Hey, Greenleaf. Welcome in and good luck on your run. Such delicious ogre meat, and we can't stop for it. The ogre is, of course, one of the finest salad creations ever made. There we go, 1,000 gil from you. Let's go rob the rest of the dwarves as well while we're here. Time for some uncontrolled experimental demolition. Hey there, Visk, welcome in. Getting past Astos is actually not too hard with white mages if you know how to get a good amount of fangs and you're willing to be bold going through Marsh Cave. Like, I went through Marsh Cave at level 6 and it was no problem at all. Oh no, the Dwarven Cave! Destroyed and flooded. What tragedy. I hope Dan wasn't in there. I can't believe he celebrates the mayhem. But luckily he runs away before anybody can catch him. Dan getting his vampire costume on, that's right. Dan is the, playing the role of all the bosses tonight. There we go. Hopefully I've got enough money for 4 silver armlets. If not, probably at least 3. Each armlet is 4,000. And will significantly reduce the amount of damage that we take from mummies. I mean, at least 2 would be good. 2 would mean that 75% of the time I would be hit on a silver armlet instead of on a copper one. The Danpire is just one of the many horrors that we're going to be facing tonight. I'm not looking forward to Danamot. Or Dankin. Alright, let's just do the top path here. Don't need anything else at this point. Okay, and we can sell off. Mithril Knife. Cottages can go. Worm Killer can go. Alright, there's enough for 3. There's the armor pieces for the fighter. Oh yeah, we'll have enough. We will have enough. Max out those armlets. Thank you. We're not going to go on to the Earth Cave yet. We need to do our mummy grind first. I'll be back at Northwest Castle here. Man, if only I could grab the canoe. But it's not randomizer tonight. It's the base game. Early canoe is so fun because you can get a lot of time shaved off a lot of walks by having that here in this part of the world. That and not having to get the ruby. 2 of my biggest pleasures. I do want to get Diara. That could be an issue. I can afford 2 Diaras as it is. 2 Diaras good enough? Like do Diara. It take me more attempts to get through the mummies, but I think that's the right strategy here. Be better if I could rotate through who was doing Diara. That would have less pressure overall. Let's see, who's got the most MP? Back 2 mages are pretty good. Go ahead and drop that on you guys here. That's the price I'm paying for those silver armlets. Not enough money for more Diaras yet. Alright, let's try these out. We're gonna have our Dias going, our Diaras going. Technically, I could do this with 3 Dias per mummy pack. Diara saves me, basically it turns 2 casts into 1 cast, though. Does MP follow the same growth mechanics as HP? It's similar. You have MP growth, which is based on your intelligence score as the base value, similar to HP growth being based on your vitality score. The scheduling of strong versus regular level ups, though, is different. And I don't think that a strong MP gain is as impressive as a weak or a strong HP gain. Like, the difference between strong and weak is smaller. Soon we will be at the castle. And all these good ogre fights, too. Where are those when I'm playing with red mages? All rested up and ready to take on the horrors of Northwest Castle. The mummies are going to be our grind spot until we are strong enough to beat Earth Cave. And I guess technically also ordeals, because we want to grind at ordeals for our remaining levels. Also, you can put the power staff on. It doesn't really help all that much, but it's fun to watch. And here we go. Dia on U2. Diara on U2. And we're just going to go to town here. Each mummy fight is going to be 2, 3, 4, or 5 mummies. 5 mummies is actually kind of scary with this party, but quickly you'll have enough HP that you'll be able to tank 1 or 2 mummy hits, and then you get a little bit less worried about it. Hey, Confetti Giant, welcome in. And I can use the front 2 characters for curing because they are doing Dia rather than DR each round. Just significantly less in terms of MP cost. I think it's 12 versus 3? Something like that for the ratio. $12 versus 5, alright. Still a good discount. How did last night's 4-White Mage randomizer go? It went really well. I was going to go to level 35, and people said, why don't we try it at level 30? And it's like, alright, we beat Chaos. So I ended up much earlier than I expected. It was a surprisingly pleasant Temple of Fiends. I think what really helped is I was able to get down to Chaos with very few of my Fog 2 charges used up, and a large number of fades left on 2 people. I could focus most of the fade action on the other 2 on the way down, and I could just switch them off for the final battle. Like, I was originally planning to go just like very hard on the Mazmune, but with Mazmune plus 2 fades per round, it was, maybe like 400 damage per turn. So we had no problem outspeeding him once he did the Cure 4. Okay, we're up to level 11. Level 12? I want to say that seems familiar for a strong level up level. Getting good numbers of mummies here. What you really want to see is just lots of 4s, maybe some 5s. 2s and 3s are what chew up a lot of resources with much less reward. Ooh, good. We have enough intelligence on Raz now to one-shot the mummies. A very good development there. Mute is a status event, that is correct. So for Chaos, it's a 3 in 256 chance for it to work. I did not use Mute last night. I have muted Chaos before. I did that in the NES 4-White Mage run. I shut off both Mute as well as Bane on him. Both of those are 3 in 256. And the easy way to remember it, by the way, is that Chaos has every resistance in the game. He's the only monster that is resistant to every element. So as a kind of a trivia thing, that is a unique property that he has. Everybody else has got at least one weakness, usually time magic, and also usually earth magic. Preemptive, alright. Go ahead, DR away. Now that Raz and Dal both can one-shot the mummies, we probably only really need to use them in these battles. Just save Gumbo and Biz entirely for healing. Okay, there we go. That should be level 12 now. Level 13. Probably a little bit ahead of schedule. I'll do one more loop of mummies, and we'll go on to Earth Cave after that. Yeah, the mummy grind is very good for experience and gold at this point. It's going to start trailing off. Like, I would not really recommend it past like level 15 or 16. But right when you can first get here, it's really effective at quickly getting through mummy packs. Like, if you have Diara or Fyra, in the case of red and black mages, then these die really, really fast, and they are considered to be decently tough monsters from the next section of the game. ambush. I think it's our first ambush of the night. As long as it doesn't happen on our 5-pack, it's not too big of a deal to see that. Biggest thing about ambushes is you really don't have that much health in reserve. So especially on that front person or the front 2 people. So there's a high danger of them getting kind of focus fired between 2 rounds. Another ambush. We didn't learn our lesson. We should have been totally expecting mummies in that box. That's right, Vis. The December 30th stream is going to be the Final Fantasy Mini Marathon, where I do 5 different versions of Final Fantasy in one sitting. Basically everything you've seen in the last couple of months in a single playthrough. Looks like we have 14 more mummy packs that we can do. 6 on Raz, 8 on Thou. And that should get us level 16 by the time I exit out of here, which again is where I feel that the mummies are kind of diminishing returns. After that, there's not really anything you can grind on until you get the Zombie D at Ordeals, which we will take all the way up to like level 31 or so. But in between, there is a Lich that must be defeated. And he is going to be not too bad of a fight. More of a problem with the walk into Lich. So many dangerous monsters that this party does not have a good answer to. Will be the same party every time for the mini marathon. The 5 different versions have 5 entirely different routes. PSX is going to be Fighter and 3 Red Mages. The PSP version is Fighter, Thief, White Mage, Black Mage. Famicom version is... Well, 2 of the characters don't matter, but the other 2 are Thief and White Mage. So I can do like Fighter, Thief, and maybe Black Belt and White Mage in there. NES, of course, 2 Fighters, 2 Red Mages. And for GBA, it's Fighter, 2 Red Mages, and a White Mage. And if you look at the routes, they are also extremely different between the versions. Alright, looks like we have 8 more mummy packs to go after this one. Starting to wind down. If Raz runs out of MP significantly before Thou, then I will probably bail at that point. You don't want to be going into this with only one person that can reasonably attack, because you'll find that you're in a very bad spot if that one person gets put to sleep. Raz's HP. Everybody else is very close. All those 2-2Xs. And then Raz trailing. Missed a strong level up at some point, I guess. It's okay, the Raz has got pretty good intelligence, able to do large amounts of damage with these DRs. Still being a productive member of my party. Oh man, Legacy of the Wizard, that's a good game. Looks like we'll be a little bit into level 16 here. Ambush. Alright. I'll declare victory here. This will be my final mummy pack to fight. I can tell that the mummies are getting tired of us hanging out. So we'll take our level 16 White Mages and go try to tackle Earth Cave with that. I don't imagine significant problems in Earth Cave, but I will have to save scum around, like, wizards, for example, because we still have no way of killing them. You think Legacy the Wizard is hard? There are people that play Legacy the Wizard Randomizer. I don't even understand how they get through that game. It's hard enough when you are just trying to get through the different characters' areas, not knowing like even which area is which. Because there basically is a set of parts of the dungeon for each of the main characters, and they will be the only person or one of the few people that can actually complete their area, and you have to figure this out and understand really deeply how this works, or else you will have a very painful time going through it. All right, take that power staff off. We can't be having people with those fancy staves going around threatening the countryside. So we're just gonna max out on potions. There we go. Those are done. That should be enough antidotes for a long time. Gold needles, we do need a bunch. And tents, we need a bunch. All right. That should be good for us. Let's clean out the rest of the third tier spells here. I will not get Null Frost because we have a big stack of white curtains from the 15 puzzle. Still have those, right? Yeah, we still have the big stack of curtains. There is Diara. We'll get some Curas as well. 2, 3, 4. I don't think heal 1 is worth it. Heal 2 is where the heal line starts getting interesting for the first time. Heal 2 and heal 3 are really good. But heal 1, it's just like not enough HP to really ever help you in battle. And outside of combat, I'd rather use like Cure 2 instead. Zelda 1 randomizer, I also have trouble following for the like current tournament, but that's because of the seed or the flags they're picked basically for their seeds. There are versions of the Zelda 1 randomizer that are very easy to follow. Like it just takes the Zelda 1 first quest or the second quest, and you figure out which one is which for the different dungeons. The ones that are like totally like the sprites are garbled and everything is mysterious, those are the ones which I can't follow, even though I've played Zelda 1 a lot. You have to be into the randomizer specifically to really know what's going on. Is anybody playing the 7 Saga randomizer? I saw people do that, and I haven't seen them for a while. They may be dead. It may have killed them. Ambushed by ghouls, you say? We'll have something to respond to that with. Like Diara. Ooh, can I actually get Diaga already? No, not yet. Still can only do 4th tier magic. And that takes over to 5th tier. We have a pretty big surprise for Lich. I think it's level 19 though. So probably not happening before Lich is actually dead. I think what makes the Link to the Past randomizer so popular is that it's extremely accessible. Like anybody, even people that haven't played the base game, can kind of struggle through it. The commentary is all about here are the things that are opening up as a result of each item. And there's so many items with so many possibilities that it's like a very different experience every time. It's a very interesting game to talk about and to watch. Very few other games have that. Like I think Super Metroid maybe could have it, I haven't watched a ton of Super Metroid Randomizer, but it feels like the character of the game is similar. And that there's just like 25 quest items that are going to unlock progress in various spots. So you've got so much variety in there, and few other games have that type of randomization that's possible. $33 is 7th tier, because that's when I can get Hilaga. It might be like, I mean, it's 13 for 4th tier. And the progression is basically like you add the tier to your level to figure out what the next level target is. So it's like 18 or 19 and then like 25 or 26. No thank you, cockatrices. I think it'd be possible to follow Zelda 1 with a little bit tamer of a flag set, but you have to have good commentary for it. That's something else that Link to the Past randomizer community has put a lot of effort into, is they've tried out so many commentators, they have practiced so many matches, that they're just really polished compared to most other games at this point. Like, every single commentator you go in there, it's like, it's gonna be a pretty good show. Whereas Zelda 1, they've got Greenleaf. Like, it's like, just, you take the best that you can get. I don't think Greenleaf is still here. I think he's playing his Zelda 1 match. There's the wizards. I've seen a couple of Pokemon randomizers. I think I saw Kaiseron playing the randomizer. That's another game which I think does really well with randomizers and also with bingos and extreme challenge runs. Because again, it's got a huge number of routing possibilities, where there's a lot of areas that are opened up every time you get an ability. Most of them just never seen in the speedrun, but like in the game that they already have existing, there's all kinds of possibilities for it. Those are the type of games that seem to go really well with randomizers. Max this potion up to max. No need to worry about running out of potions here. Wizard casting Blizzard on a lizard. That would be a sight. Luckily, wizards have no magic potential whatsoever. Oh man, Vampire has made a mistake. Well, he's gone. The Danpire has fallen. Yet another time that we have defeated Dan in this run. Next up, the Danch. The Danch of Earth is going to be our next boss, but we need a rod before we can get to him. Is there a Final Fantasy IV randomizer? There is a randomizer-like experience for Final Fantasy IV for character shuffle. And then there's also a, it's kind of like a randomizer, but also like an alternate game based on the lunar area. And that again is like the characters are shuffled. That one also has like some quest shuffling and other weirdness going on. I haven't seen a ton of people play it, but they are available. All the wizards. We of course have nothing to do with wizards because we really just can't really kill them. till we get the gauntlets out of ordeals. Wizards are going to be a permanent roadblock. Funky Fantasy 4. I don't think I've heard of that before. What is actually that about? Oh man, level 17. That's a strong level up for white mages. Still take with 2 more levels or so before I would get Diaga, so probably not going to bother with that for Lich. Diaga should be good enough. That's 400 damage a round. We use our first round for white curtains, and then once he casts the Ice 2, you know, we just have 3 full turns to get him down before he is even into his next range of damage spells. Final Fantasy IV run through a translator and then translate it back. That would be an interesting thing to have somebody voice act for, like Yagamoth reading all the dialogue. I think that would be the ideal way to experience that. Anaconda's so long, Anaconda. No for you. We are not feeding any white mages to you tonight. Last night we had some significant Anaconda troubles. Anaconda and Scorpion are a very common monster around Crescent Lake. With the randomizer, you're going there super early because you can get the canoe before beating Lich. They were unpleasant. Will there be Agamafax this run? No, we're going to be doing Zombie D for our grind on white mages. We might have to come up with some Zombie D facts to fill the time. He lost his mind to an airship. If you've seen the airship steer around, I'm pretty sure whoever's driving that thing has either lost their mind or gotten very drunk. Final Fantasy II airship is mysterious in the ways that it works. Also mysterious, how does this Titan keep coming back for more rubies? You think he would have no more of those after the first couple of incidents? About 90% of the shadow encounters should be preemptives in this version. The exact opposite in NES, where 90% of them are going to be ambushes. Here we go, 1 rod later. We are all set to go back to that Earth Cave and give Danch a piece of our minds. There we go, Titan Temple Part 2. Do I grab the items here? I don't think we need the cash. See about 3,000 gil to go down there. It's like, yeah, we could probably pass. And by the time we get out of ordeals, we're going to be so rich that we're pretty much done with gold for the rest of the game at that point. Agamos with soy sauce. That is a combination that's probably pretty tasty. The rod's basically a crowbar, yes. I can't think of any other way that we'd be using it. Like, you just jam the rod into the plate and then lift it up. I mean, really, you could do that with the lute, too. You just break the neck of the lute off, jam it in there. That is many goils. I'm going to grab the coral sword here. That is 4,000. I'll be able to trade that for a bunch of ethers when we get to Crescent Lake. Hello, Bat. In a staring contest, we have won. No, never mind. We didn't win. We lost. Bat waiting for us on our return. I think the plate and Temple of Fiends is basically the same thing. Like, that's where I got the neck of the lute idea. Like, you just play the lute for a while, it doesn't work, then you smash it, and then you just use the shards of the lute to pry open the second plate. The perfect plan. So close. More gargoyles. Whoever needed oil for their garg, they should come here and get all they want. Melmond Agamemede, I would stay away from that. Anything found in Melmond, probably poisonous. Alright, we'll take some mummies. If you insist. Hey there, Craig, welcome in. No real worries about MP for Lich. We need 50 probably on each white mage, and that'll be no real problem, even if we do stop for a couple of mummies on the way down. The Melmanade is like the worst. You do not want to try it. Reset. Ran into some wizards. That's why we do plenty of saving, though. Make sure that we don't lose too much progress. And more wizards. There's some other things sold in Melmond Angerbear, like Despair and Crushing Debt. Man, Rizu, if you need some curtains, talk to Dan. Dan is my official curtain vendor tonight. He's got our complete stock. We have a variety of patterns and colors to choose from, as long as you like red, white, or blue. We can meet all of your curtaining needs. Or if you want vampire curtains, we can do that too. I'll be honest, Maelstrom, the Melmond Relief Fund basically is money to buy the Flare spell. Almost. There we go. One plate later. We are done with the third floor forever. On to the fourth floor, which is basically equally bad. I guess the one nice thing about the fourth floor is I believe it has a lower rate of wizards showing up, but a much higher rate of cockatrices. Two-thirds of the way done. One last push after this, and we will be into floor 5. Floor 5 is where most of the encounters are not too bad. Hey, Cornet, welcome in. 4 white mages, I am going to be hopefully done in less than 5.5 hours. I mean, we're about to kill our first fiend, and we are under 2 hours at this point. Union rules, Anger Bear. Only one person can use a white magic spell per purchase from the shop. The license is not transferable. There we go. On to Lich here. Get everybody up to full. 2, 3, 4. Looking good. I would like to get the curtains off before we get Ice 2'd. Which will basically mean we need to have somebody go before Lich. Because I'm going to be doing curtains on everybody. Or we can have Lich punch somebody. That also works. Curtains away. We're going to be really protected from ice. These do not stack. But they're at least out of my inventory. 2 hours of eye farming. Now we're going to do Zombie D with this group. I don't quite know how long Zombie D is going to take, but I'm going to guess like less than 25 minutes. Lazara, everybody laughs at Lich. Because we've got curtains on our bodies. I mean, we look really silly in the process, but it protects us very well from cold weather. More rounds should do it. Man, Gumbo is not well liked by this guy. Might have taken Dan's spot. Gumbo, take him down. Here we go. The Danch has fallen. Our first of the 4 Dan Fiends has succumbed to the power of our white mages. I really hope I can get Harm 3 at this point. Just thought about this. I mean, we could always do Ice Cave before Ordeals. Would kind of prefer to do it afterwards, though, with the way that the encounters there go. I want to have Harm 3 for the trip through Ordeals, and I can't get it until I have the ability to cast 5th tier spells. No, we need one more level. How much experience do we need? 2,000 for that. All right. We might be doing Ice Cave first. Not a good source of undead there in the cave. There are mummies and images on the 3rd and 4th floors, but those are generally infrequent. Yeah, if you're doing this without caster classes, I'd recommend a couple things. First of all, get those curtains so that Lich does half damage with his spells. You can basically out-heal him with curtains up because he's only doing like 80 with ice and 60 with fire and lightning at that point. So it helps a lot for making those fights go better. If possible, also get Hermes Shoes, which is haste, and that is single target, so you generally want to have one person that's just getting buffed up with it. If you can get 2 Hermes Shoes, all the better. Those will really help you out in that battle a lot to have them. All right, what's the best way to do this? I really don't want to do ice first, because having the gauntlets does make the ice cave much faster. That would guarantee me my level that I want. If I get the canoe, I can do the backdoor entrance to northwest, grab just enough mummies to get to 19, and then pick up harm 3 at that point. That could work out best. Basically, I'm one level lower here than I want it to be. So it would be much slower to do the zombie fights with harm 2 than it would be with harm 3. You could do it, though. It would be, I guess, 3 casts instead of 2 casts for each zombie pack. Probably slightly more efficient on magic, but magic is generally not a worry with all the ethers that we're going to have. Go ahead and sell the coral sword. And the rest of those are all good. We can max out our ethers. That's great. Get a nice stack of Phoenix Downs. We'll probably need more of those later. The rest of that is fine. Nothing you guys can get in the shops. I guess I could get more silver hammers at some point, but not a super high priority. Our 1 silver hammer should be enough to defeat chaos. You have 4 black belts. By the time that you get a couple levels, they will basically just one-shot everything. And while it might take you a little bit of time to get there, they are by far the most dangerous party when it comes to late game. How long have those old guys been waiting for somebody to grab the canoe? It's probably been like maybe 2-3 hours. We found the canoe advertisement on Craigslist. It came on over. I'm glad we got it before somebody else grabbed it. Free canoes go pretty fast. Normally I'd be going to the south here, but instead of going to the north to grab that last little bit of experience, then turn west to Belmont, then down south to Ordeals. That makes sense. I got a plan. I have a plan for this. Yeah, right there. We should need around 15 to 600 experience. Why am I going to Astos' room? Going back to Mummy Spot. And we'll be able to one-shot all of these packs here, so really fast mummy turnarounds. I don't think anybody's died yet, which means that everybody should get their level up at the same time. I will confirm it, though, before leaving, just to make sure that I don't miss out on a Diaga. Should be roughly 4 more packs to go. This is the way to play. Let me stand no chance whatsoever against the might of all of these white mages. This should be the last one. Let's find out. Ambushed. Betrayed at the last minute. Somebody warned these mummies that we were coming. $200, all right. It's like, we got to be really close. It was Danstos. Danstos betrayed us. Oh man, I shouldn't have trusted that guy. We're gonna go hit him with a hammer again until he apologizes. There we go, level 5. Yeah, 19, 19, 19, 19. All right. Everybody's got their levels. There's already lined up. Here we go. Diag on everybody. Not quite enough to get Kiraga and Healar all the way around. Let's go with some Healars first. We'll come back here once we have more cash and finish off the remainder of our spells. Oh, we don't let the corpses of mummies pile up. That's very environmentally unfriendly. We compost our mummies. Two more tries. Sag's ridiculously fast. Like, you can be like level 25 and still fail to run against them. Probably the fastest early game monster. Wolves are moderately fast as well, but by this point, like level 15 or 16, you would have a fairly good chance of running. Slip on in. And I do save before getting off the boat because the very first step is no longer a safe square in the remakes for a vehicle transition. Instead, you might immediately get into an encounter. Alright, looks good. Go ahead, tent up. Begin the trial. We are on trial for murdering this old man that we found in the middle of nowhere. We are going to make sure that we are proven to be guilty by murdering everybody else that witnessed it as well. Our girls are moderately annoying. After they get their Fire 1 spells off, they do start doing paralysis. We have basically no way of killing anything in here except for mummies, zombies, and zombie Ds. We'll give that another try. Mind flayers we definitely can't deal with. Never mind. I will take the gargoyles back. Just no mind flayers. Actually, if you could give me some bonus zombie Ds, I'd be pretty happy. No. No bonus zombie Ds for us. Some man cats. These are basically gargoyles that don't have big flappy wings. Man cats have technically more hit points, so they would take longer if you were doing lightning strats. We are just doing running strats instead. Do they still have non-elemental death in this version? It is instant death that is elemental now, so you can block it with a pearl ring or a ribbon. The Mind Blast is non-elemental. That one still is really awful. Does the D in Zombie D stand for Dan? Yes, it's the Zombie Dan here tonight. We're going to be fighting Zombie Dans until we reach level 31. Assuming that we get there. We so far have not had much luck in the Citadel as of yet. There we go. Zombo we can deal with. A couple Diagas to the face. This guy's going to go down really fast. This is what we're going to do on Zombie D as well. It's not quite 50% more than Diara, but it's enough that should be two-shotting him. We can deal with that. Got a couple gold needles. Go and take our nightmare fight. Nightmares are ridiculously fast, so the best strategy might be to reset until we get a preemptive. Or get really lucky on running. One of the two. There we go. That was actually not too bad. We're halfway through the third floor here. I'm going to go ahead and grab... I'm going to grab a whole bunch of gargoyles. Once we get through this battle, though, I can pick up the ruby armlet, aka the gold bracelet, and that is a nice upgrade for one of my white mages. You can also get a ice sword, which sells for a lot of cash. Go ahead and put that on Gumbo there. Hey, Galtier, welcome in. All right, we're doing a white mage playthrough again. We did 4 white mages on NES yesterday with the randomizer. Tonight, 4 white mages on GBA. Very different challenges overall, but both of them really fun. Is tomorrow 4 white mages on the PSX? Unfortunately, tomorrow I've got a night off, so maybe it would have been one of these wonderful 4 white mage continuations, but instead, it'll be me taking a 1-day break before back to more streams. Four thieves, no weapons. Yes. Imagine that I'm doing a 4th thief run tomorrow. Everybody's gonna come in and be so disappointed. For right now, though, Zombie D's. Zombie D has a 1 in 64 chance of dropping me Mega Elixirs. So I expect to get 1 or 2 over the course of this grind. Maybe 3. Our overall grind target is going to be level 31. We are level 19 right now, soon to be level 20. And by getting to 31, we'll basically have just enough. Maybe we'll get 32. We'll just want to get enough experience so that by the time we finish up Sea Shrine, we're going to be level 33 and able to get our Heal spell. Lots of Zombie Dance. Preferably we could get double Zombie Dance, it would be a little bit better. Just the 1 Dan is not quite enough for us. 50-50 whether we get 1 or 2. You wouldn't believe it from seeing this. But it is a real statement. Six in a row singles. It's an impressive start. Seven in a row. Dan 2 wasn't able to get the mask to fit. He's still back in the changing room. That off-tile encounter is why we're going to be periodically saving throughout here, basically every level. 8 in a row. This is some strong RNG we've got to begin the grind. Okay, Raz has got 1 more Diaga left. Then we'll do our first set of ethers. 9 in a row. Not quite 1 in 1,000 yet. That's going to be the next one. There we go. We broke the streak. Number 10 was the double. Do the DS spells open a skylight to let in all this? Basically, that's how they work. It's like a big giant flashlight that you shine on the monsters. Okay, up to 21 now. Getting 31, maybe 32 is our target here. So I guess now that we got the Zombie D grind down, it's time for some Zombie D facts. Do you have facts about Zombie Dan or Zombie Ds in general? Make sure to start thinking those up and posting them in chat. I will start you off with a little known Zombie D fact. Did you know that zombie dragons are neither zombies nor dragons? They're actually a type of artichoke. True fact. realized I had a fan slightly in the background. Might be slightly quieter in here now. But back to Zombies. Man, Gumbo taking quite a pounding there in the front. Even with the upgraded bracelet, that is only 9 additional absorb. So for monsters that have a heavy single target damage, like just one really big hit, the bracelet upgrade does not do much for you. Zombie Dans are the prime transportation for the people of Melmon. That's probably the reason why none of them ever travel anywhere. Zombie D had aspirations of being a professional chef as a child. What a great little bit of lore and backstory. It really adds more depth to the game to have information like that. All Zombie Ds are descendants of Banicula. Vampire rabbits making Zombie Ds. When will the world ever learn its lessons from that? It's illegal in 12 states for Zombie Ds to drive Zambonis. Which 12 states are these? Can you name them? Zombie Ds have a 90% chance of giving you the plague when you get sneezed on, but it's considered good luck. I could see that maybe that's like a dangerous way to go and get a blessing or something. It makes sense to Dan. Alright, level 24 out of the way. Got 31, maybe 32 to target here. Zombie Ds make awful chimney sweeps. I wonder why. You'd think that they would be well equipped for getting into narrow places. But that's why we play the game, to learn these wonderful facts. The diet of Zombie Ds consists of a minimum of 20% artificial cheese powder. They must have a lot of Kraft mac and cheese then for dinner. Those are like the strangest of cheese powders when you get those type of like instant cheeses, because you know that cheese does not have a consistency that's going to last for a long shelf life, but at the same time, a block of cheese, it's not like it goes bad. So you're not like, totally worried about it. It's just like getting the creaminess is the hard part. Rat tails are actually zombie details. I didn't know that. Maybe that's why Bahamut wants one as a novelty souvenir. The world's largest zombie detail. Hey, bonus zombie D. The 1 in 64 off-tile zombie D. Drop my save there, level 25 down. There's another level in the books. Each one of these doubles is really nice for decreasing the total number of zombie D fights to the exact same amount of time, more or less, regardless of how many zombie Ds show up. Oh, look, Mega Elixir. I don't think I've seen a Mega Elixir drop before tonight, so that might be our very first one. Is it really a zombie D or is it a D zombie? It's a zombie Dan. Dan and Dan 2 are just running back and forth, trying on these different costumes. Sometimes they manage to run out at the same time, which is when we get two of them at the battle. Most of the time, though, it's just one of them by themselves. Like it's time for me to contribute another zombie D fact. Did you know? The zombie D's wings are not actually for flight. They use them for tying balloon animals. True fact about zombie D's. Zombie D was once found locked inside the Library of Congress. Nobody knows how it got there. It's a mysterious occurrence. Maybe somebody mailed it. I wonder how much would it cost to put a zombie D into the mail. Looks like it'd be pretty heavy. Might be bulky as well, but you could maybe break it down into smaller pieces and then put it back together later once you received it. Kind of like basically shipping furniture. You know, you disassemble the zombie D. You put all the straight pieces together. You put the big flat piece in the back, and then you have like a nicely tied up package that just weighs 1,000 pounds. The largest zombie D on record is a whopping 1 foot 3 inches. The perspective on these battles is kind of skewed, to be honest. I mean, you've seen the size of an iguana. That is not a large animal. I don't think we've gotten any intelligence level up yet for these mages. They're still doing the same damage with Hilaga. Alright, 27, so 2 more levels down. Need some more MP then. Or maybe 5 levels to go. We'll be all set for Sea Shrine after that. Sea Shrine is where we get the Power Gauntlet, and that is going to be the key item to kill lots of bosses. It'll be a lot of setup before you have enough damage with that Power Gauntlet. Like, you're starting with a basic hammer. It is not an impressive weapon, but with enough temper spells or enough saber spells, even your bare hands can manage to really wreak havoc on the forces of evil. And also on the forces of Dan, who is playing all the bosses tonight. Where does ether come from? I think it's the remains of pressed rubies. Which is why you really shouldn't drink too many ethers or you'll end up like that Titan. Alone and passed out in the middle of a cave somewhere. It's also why you should not drive airships after having ethers. It's a very dangerous combination. Mega Elixir number 2, I think. Because I had the Mega Elixir left over from the 15 puzzle. I technically didn't need any at all for Chaos. Probably nice with white mages to have 2 Mega Elixirs rather than 1. But, considering you could have 4 people doing Hilaga on that fight, I could probably do it with like no Mega Elixirs at all, like just not ever run out of MP. You're gonna have so many casts of Hilaga before you would exhaust all of it. Are the zombie Ds carrying Mega Elixirs, or does it come when you squeeze them really hard? I mean, if you collected enough zombie D juice, I can imagine having like an entire vat of Mega Elixir from them. Probably would take a really long time though. Okay, we hit level 28. There's another level out of the way. Ether reform. Ether is a perfectly safe substance when used in moderation. Maybe Dan abuses it a little bit too much, but the rest of society gets along fine. I think we still have not gotten another intelligence multiplier. The way that intelligence works is very different than many other games. So it's not a direct stat bonus for attack spells. It is a direct stat bonus for healing for some reason. But it is healing and attacks totally different. So instead, attack spells have a multiplier. Basically consider that like the number of hits per round, just like a weapon would have. And every 10 intelligence, you get an extra hit with the spell. So you take its base damage, you multiply it by the intelligence multiplier value, and that will determine its overall effectiveness. But since it is only a multiple of 10 to get that extra hit, it means that you'll get sudden gigantic jumps in power, and then you'll just be totally flat for like a lot of levels, and then just get another big jump. It's one of the reasons why red mages fall behind a lot in the late game, because they don't have enough intelligence bonuses to get multipliers. White mages are decent, black mages are really good. Black mages will get the most intelligence because they will have a guaranteed one every level. The spines in the back of a zombie are used for hanging Christmas lights on the ceiling. Like, do you hang the Christmas light on the zombie D, or do you use the spines to hang it up? It wasn't clear from that. I would like to know more about this fact. That is our first unfortunate death there for Gumbo, but we're back up. We had plenty of Phoenix Downs there. Means that Gumbo will be slightly trailing the rest of the team. One zombie D encounter behind the other white mages here. They're never going to let Gumbo live that one down. I mean, I could also intentionally kill one of the white mages off because of the problem with not having 4 ribbons. But with white mages, if you get the Null All spell, which would require a white wizard, and we're probably not going to do class change, I guess I could do that instead. Now that I think about it, maybe I should kill Gumbo off. Should have left him dead. Got experience for the rest of the team a little bit faster. I think it'll be okay, though. Even if Gumbo does have the worst HP and probably the worst NP and maybe even the worst breath, we still love him. More zombie Ds, please. Can't get enough of these guys. I would take a 4 zombie D encounter, but you cannot get that until Temple of Fiends Revisited. Zombie D and Whiz Vamp would also be nice. Zombie D and really anything else that's also undead would be a pretty good showing. I think the best experience you would get with undead monsters exclusively would be 9 Whiz Vamps. That'd be more or less 9 Agamas worth of experience, or a little bit more than half of a Warmech. Gumbo getting the belated level there. I feel so bad for Gumbo now. It's thrown everything off for him. His entire life's plans disrupted in a mere instant. Okay, past level 30. Now, normally I would stop at 31. The debate is whether I should go to 32 instead. I would like to have 33 exiting the Sea Shrine. We could find ghosts, and we can kill those. We'll be killing the Wiz-the-Hag packs, because we'll have the gauntlets for that. But those are really the only monsters in the Sea Shrine we can kill besides Kraken. And that's going to be harder to get 2 full levels with. So I'm thinking about getting to 32 here, and that way I only have 1 level to go for my Hilaga. All right, Dan, thanks for the good wishes there. I hope you have a good night after this as well. Guys are being really stingy with the Mega Elixirs. We don't really need them, but it's fun to have a big pile of them to show off to your friends. Alright, there we go. 31 and everybody except for Gumbo. The Man-Cats. At least we haven't gotten a Sorcerer off tile. That would be like the worst one to see. Sorcerer is probably the only monster likely to wipe the party at this point in time. How is Gumbo not 31 yet? He only missed out on 1 battle. I guess the other one's got a little bit of a benefit because it was 2 zombie Ds divided 3 ways instead of 4 ways, so maybe the fractional difference was enough. They must be right on the border of a level for the previous zombie D there. Speaking of right on the border of a level, we are coming up very soon on level 32, which is my stopping point. I'll be sad to see these guys go. We didn't have enough zombie defacts, I feel, to fill out the whole evening. So I'm going to have to come up with 1 more zombie defact for the trip out of here. Zombies do not like grape Kool-Aid. An interesting observation, Glassjaw. Do they like grape sharks? Because we're about to go to Sea Shrine. I want to know if I should bring any grape shark juice back for these guys. There we go, 31 or 32 on everybody except for Gumbo, who needs 3 more zombies for us to declare victory here. There's 1. Gumbo might catch up on Val. Val missed out on 2 strong level ups recently. Just getting absolutely demolished by Biz and Raz at this point in time. There's 2 Zombies. Should be the very last fight. Come on, Gumbo, get that level. There we go, Zombie D's complete, and our bonus Zombie D fact for the road. Did you know powdered Zombie D is a common ingredient in dental fillings? Not sure what it does. Maybe just a little bit of a bulk agent to increase the size. Definitely makes you think twice about going to the dentist ever again. That Gumbo's past Val for HP. Who would have imagined? Back when we were in our earlier naive days, thinking that Gumbo was the worst white mage ever. Today, that Zombie favorite facts are Agama facts. That is amazing. What a wonderful coincidence that we have so many Agama facts to share, and the Zombies so like to hear them. But for now, our team is headed off to the Ice Cave. We've got our trusty Ruby Armlet and Gauntlets, and also 12 levels, maybe 13 for some of our characters from going through that dungeon. So we should have much less trouble going through the Ice Cave than we would have had beforehand. We can actually survive some of the attacks, which will be really nice. They're way to donate to the mini marathon snack or food pile. I probably won't need that many snacks, but if you want to put anything towards the Melmon Relief Fund or to subscribe, that'll be the standard ways of supporting the channel. Speaking of which, I should probably do my my next Melmon Relief Fund donation to Doctors Without Borders the next time that Twitch comes through with their payment. Yay, made it all the way into the entrance here. Okay, you guys both have Hilara. Not quite as easily spammable as Hilara is on the PSP version. So let's go ahead and do 2 of those, tint up the rest of our HP, and also get a nice stack of MP at the same time. And here we go, Ice Cave. Even with all these levels, this is still going to be really dangerous. The best thing about the levels is that it makes the party much faster. So we're going to hopefully be able to outspeed a lot of the monsters. We're clearly not outspeeding them because 5 of them went before 3 of our members. We did get away from the fight. Turn order is a function of agility. Running, I believe, is a function of agility plus your luck score. So the white mages have terrible agility. They get the slowest agility growth, I believe, of anybody, which is actually good for a lot of boss fights because you want your white mage to go last in the round. That way they get their healing spells off after everybody's already attacked. But their luck score makes up for that low agility, which is why you can still run, even though you're getting completely outsped during the combat itself. Excellent. Do not want to fight mages. Those guys start off with Fire 3. In this version, they start off with Rub, which could arguably be worse, but Fire 3 is pretty bad as well for the amount of damage that it does. Actually, NES, they do Rub first and then Lit 3, which always throws me because I expect Fire 3 from the remakes. However, Lit 3 and Fire 3 are equally devastating. In fact, I would say Lit 3 is worse, because at this point in the time in the game, you would be getting fire resistance gear from getting the Ice Shield and Frost Armor, but you have no lightning resistance gear at all until Sea Shrine, and only Knights can use it. Like, Lit 3 is like the worst possible element they could have picked. Okay, no Flame Sword for us. I'm not going to bother picking up a lot of items because at best you're selling them for a few thousand gold. And there's generally better sources of money to be able to afford all of the spells that I need. Speaking of which, I should probably check my cash total. 120,000. I probably want to get the 40,000 down here. Normally I would not get this in GBA, but this will pay for a bottle. And that is a big chunk of my remaining expenditures that are needed. That was a really rude Mind Flayer. We're just going to ignore this guy and leave. 20,000 done. Upper right corner, total trap. 4 to 7 Frost Wolves and basically no money. Like, it's... I think in this version it's like 160 gil. It's really small. It's the smallest by far of the treasure chest there. Excellent. It is helping quite a lot to have those levels because our magic defense score has increased a lot. At the normal levels that you'd be expected to do this, you'd be dying to those Mind Flayers way more often. You'd also be getting Mind Blasted much more commonly. Oh boy. Alright. Our first wizard fight. This is what the gauntlets are going to be used for. We finally have a Lit 2 source. I don't know if Lit 2 is going to be strong enough on Thou to one-shot them, but it should be close. That's just barely enough. I'll take it. Okay, we can grab the Ice Shield here. This is not quite as far out of the way as the Flame Sword was. Now, the dreaded eye battle. The eye basically doesn't have much, but we have no real way of damaging him. So we're just going to work him down with these gauntlets. Should be like a 2-round fight. Hey, Greenleaf, welcome back. We have done all of our leveling. We've got very soon up through the ice cave complete. So we'll be into the second half of the game. We do a quick blitz through the fiends. We're going to do Sea Shrine first of all the fiends. Then over to Tiamat, and then finally finish up with Carrie at the end. Nice, Greenleaf. Congratulations on the race victory. Almost halfway through. Alright, R-Bones we'll take. We're going to leave the R-Bones alive. I feel like you should let R-Bones free if you catch any, because you want them to spread throughout the dungeon as much as possible. We will take down one dapper octopus for you, Greenleaf, in honor of your tremendous successes. Let's go there right away, in fact. Well, after we kill these wizards. We need to do that first. Then we'll go get the octopus. Maybe a trip to Bahamut in between. There's a few things we need to do before the octopus, but he's coming really soon. There we go. Ice cave done. To go do cardio. We need to do a bunch of spell shopping, and we also need to buy pro rings and probably some ruby armlets. It's going to take a lot of cash. There's 20,000 gold still left in cardio to grab, and I can probably grab a couple items and treasure boxes from Sea Shrine, make another like 50,000-60,000. Oh yeah, because we need 128,000 just for Hilagas. Yeah, we definitely need a lot of money here. Hey there, L7, welcome in. We're gonna sail on down, grab our airship, go visit a slightly well-dressed dragon. He's not quite as dapper as Kraken is, but he still rocks a mean vest. Can't even give the keys to the airship to Dan. He's not with us tonight. Dan taking the night off after some bad performances earlier. He just was not up to the grueling challenge of a 4-white mage run. One airship later. These white mages are celebrating with their victory flags, or whatever they have on their arms. I consider them victory flags. Here we go. Over to the west, down to the south. We'll kind of buzz around Bahamut's lair, then just skip it. Because, you know, we don't really need class change. 4 white mages is good enough. Don't need 4 white wizards. Probably sell those mega elixirs for a little bit of money. I do have a dry ether, which should be enough for the chaos battle. Minor mishap getting back into my airship. That's what Dan's really for, making sure that we get into our airship properly, even when slightly drunk. Alright, so if I can do this one... And then it's the swamp one, but is it the close one or the far one? That's where they put the new dungeon for... the bonus dungeon for carry. I can never remember which one it is. Okay, my X potion. More cash, some more cash, some more cash. I think it's the far one that we want. Yeah, there we go. And our last cardia place here. Elixir. Cottage. And not a lot of money. For some reason, I thought this place had more money. NES has got 20,000. They replaced some of the money boxes with items that are decent, like elixirs and dry ethers, but not really what I needed. The unrunnable man. Not well prepared for this fight on this white mage group here tonight. This is one of the two unrunnables in this part of the world, so we probably should be on the lookout for the other one, which is Frost Giant Frostwills back from the Ice Cave, following us here. Ogre Mage down. Right, just hammer those Cerebuses. One last round will do it. There we go. Cerebus is complete. Now we're up to like 210,000. That's a little bit better. We made like 90,000 gold since the last time I checked. We're still going to spend a lot right here. Do I want the Giant's Tonics right away? I probably want Strength Tonics for Kraken to make those fights faster. Maybe some speed drinks. Giant's Tonics can wait until we go to Chaos, and I'll also be able to restock on items at a later point when we've got more money. Go ahead, drop in on Gaia here. This will let me get my Oxiel. It also let me see how many of the Pro Rings and gold bracelets we can get out of the way. I think I can buy a lot of them, because I will get a large amount of money in Sea Shrine and in Waterfall to buy my Helagas with. Okay, so we can sell Silver Armlet, Ice Brand, Ice Shield. Those are not really worth much. Save them as just emergency backups. Get rid of tents at this point. I'm going to switch over to cottages for the rest of the game. Get my Pro Rings is #1 priority. So we got 2 ruby armlets. We do have a gold, or no, we've got an opal bracelet left, and we got the white shirt. So technically I could get away with just one, and that would help out for monies for later on. Get rid of those. All right, that looks good for an inventory. I do need to pick up the resupply of ethers here. So max those back out again. Phoenix Downs we're still doing good on, and we do need a couple of cottages. That should be enough for the rest of the game. All right, looks good. Very Oxiel me up. Debating about whether I should do Waterfall first or second. There's a slight benefit of, I guess, of having the Mage Staff from Waterfall, or Sea Shrine for Waterfall. But I think I would rather have the Waterfall money as a priority over anything I could pick up in there. Is there a date for the marathon? On the screen, you should see December 30th at 11 a.m. is when the Final Fantasy Mini Marathon will be happening. I'll be playing through 5 different versions of Final Fantasy on that day in one sitting. GBA, NES, PSP, PlayStation, and Famicom. All with different parties and very different routes. You know what? Not a good idea to do Waterfall yet, because we don't have the exit spell. If I pick up exit, then I'll be able to save backtracking through there. So that'll be a slow dungeon anyway, I might as well grab it. Hey, DSF, welcome in. When is Final Fantasy 1 GBA Rando? Is GBA Rando done? I've only seen PSP Rando be talked about. Go ahead and grab our remaining L5 spells here. I only need one person with exit, so I can be a little bit greedy about grabbing these first. Get the Kiragas for everybody. Yeah, that leaves me 20,000. Really, we'd love to have Protera as well for Cracker. There's so many things I want right now, but we just don't have the money for it. Yeah, if you got a link to GBA Rando, I would be interested in checking it out later. Exit's got to be the priority. Oh, we can't get exit without class change. Of course. Of course. I was being silly. We don't need exit. Because we're not talking to that weirdo Bahamut hanging out in that cave. That's why I was not even thinking about routing exit in. Because we can't cast it. Waterfall it is. Do not put to max difficulty. Interesting. I'll go ahead and try to save that for later to check out. Thank you very much for posting that link, DSF. Go ahead and cottage up here. So we have to do waterfall. That's going to get me the wizard staff, which is 25,000 gold. The defender's sword is like 12,000. And I think like another 15,000 or so. That's a good chunk of change. We'll have a lot of the money that we need towards Hilaga. The rest will need to be picked up though in Sea Shrine. Oh man, these bats are out for blood. So I guess is kind of what vampire bats normally do, so totally expect it. Seven and a half minutes to get your, or 7.5 hours to get your first completed battle. Yeah, it sounds like something's not quite right for that. It does not sound like a fun time. Reason for saves coming through here is mostly these nightmares. They're very fast, even at level 31. I guess now 32, we're going to have some trouble running from them. Does it make more sense to get Protera for the Kraken fight and then Hilaga after Sea Shrine? I have one Protera, so I can have one person doing that during the Kraken battle and the other people doing the buffs. It really would be better to have more Proteras, because Kraken does hurt quite a lot, but we'll see if I am motivated enough to go back to Crescent Lake here after picking up these items. How's this run going? It's going pretty fast. I mean, for 4 white mages, to be heading to Sea Shrine like under 3 hours, it seems pretty good. We haven't done Gurgur Volcano, but that'll be maybe 5 minutes tops after we have our Giant's Glove. This robot has now trapped me into this corner. So if I walk to the right, I'm going to get the trap tile again. Go up, robot. Just go up. There you go. Yeah, I can easily see this being like maybe 4.5 hours to finish. Maybe less if things go really well. But there's still a lot of things I need to pick up. And that's going to mean taking time in those dungeons. There we go. Now we got the money for our... Of course, I don't have exit. Keep forgetting this. Now we get the money for the remaining Proteras. Anybody can leave? Gumbo, Biz, Raz, any of you? No, you like the birds? You like the birds. Okay. Understood. Gauntlets it is. Gauntlets are still my only attack item, so we have nothing else that works on non-undead. We could gauntlet these guys as well. It would take 2 casts though instead of just 1. I think I could probably come out ahead from running. So much damage. Alright, there we go. Take it away, Mr. Thou. Halfway back through. Gumbo, don't die again. There you go. You're safe. You're safe for now. Final corners here. We're almost out of the waterfall. Almost. It's so tempting to get this half Agamorph experience, but really, really not worth stopping for. Try. Good job, everybody. All the nightmares. Have we gotten some more mummies? That'd been wonderful. Mummies we can deal with. We've got spells that work on those things. There we go. All right, let me check what my level is like. Okay, you guys are 33. He's 32 experience. There's some small, ridiculously tiny amount away. We can get Heloc. I think we can go ahead and start getting the Helogas. The last Heloga when we come out, assuming that we got the money for it. I can get all the mermaid treasures, probably 50,000. I can get probably at least 2, maybe 3 Helogas. Is there anything else I want from this shop? Maybe 2 remedies. That'll be enough. Oh, also I should sell my my pickups. So Defender Sword can go, that's 20k. Wizard Staff is 25. Those are the big ones. Okay, 80,000, that's That's 2 Helagas. That'll go on to Biz and Raz then. Alright, looks good. $50,000 here. That should be pretty easily doable. That does not replace your cap, does it? Of course, you'd prefer the cap over the ribbon. We have to manually put that on. All right, here we go. Spooky Ghost Mermaid. We have come to save you. The white mages are here. We really just want to ride the barrel. It's the best amusement park ride that this world has got. The lines in front of this barrel stretch for hours around the block. We'll see what encounters we get. We basically want to run from everything. We can whiz the hags, we can gauntlet. Water turtles are a little bit nastier. Not really a great way of dealing with those. We'll probably try to save scum around them. And then ghosts, we have plenty of firepower to deal with that. Preemptive Sea Leader Naga. No Thundara for you. Is there a reason to grab the Mage Staff? Is there any enemy that is weak to fire that is not weak to harm? I guess Troll. When we go through the Lufeni area, we can Mage Staff them to make those fights faster. Yeah, this version of the Sea Shrine is really good. Like, it sounds better on the PSP. Like, I will admit the GBA's sound may be somewhat lacking when it comes to quality. But the overall music programming is pretty good. Except for maybe the airship theme. I think that's the one song I think might have been a downgrade from the original. Everything else was really well redone. Go ahead, hammer away. Should be really close on that Wiz-the-Hag. There we go. We need like one more little bit of intelligence. Oh, these guys suck. I think this is like 3 casts of the gauntlets. Let's see how bad it is before resetting. Yeah, it'll be 3 casts. Okay. Not as terrible as I thought. They're not resistant to lightning, at least. And unfortunately, there's no defend command. That was added on PSP. If I could defend here, which would reduce the damage the white mages take by half, it would be a lot safer of a battle, because you'd only be taking 25 to 50 instead of 50 to 100 per hit. It would basically get rid of having to do all of this healing afterwards. Okay, we're gonna go ahead and duck in here, grab the gold. We're gonna grab the Mage Staff on the way out. We're gonna basically get every mermaid item, which is mostly cash. And some fighter gear we can sell. Here's the diamond armlet upgrade. Go ahead and get all the fighter gear here. There's a diamond shield as well in the opposite corner, which I guess technically is south from here because the map wraps around. I consider this the northwest and the other one the southeast, though. At least relative to your starting position. I think there is one up here as well. Two up here. 10,010. Very inconsistent with the gold amounts. We already did this one. We got this one. Antidote. Alright, that one's not worth doing. This one's the shield. What does the slab do? It's a giant slab of bacon that can be used to increase your endurance and also learn the Lufanish language for some reason. Dr. N just wants the bacon to be able to nourish himself. Stuck in Melmond with no way to get food. Having a really hard time there. The only other thing here that I could grab is the opal armor, but that's all the way in the northwest corner. That's a fairly long walk compared to what I'm picking up right now. There we go. Mage staff out of the way. What was the trivia question I asked at AGDQ about the mermaids? I asked who the mermaid was that was out of town, which is named after Daryl Hannah. All the trivia questions I did were actually from the Nintendo Power Strategy Guide. It was a series of trivia contests to get Final Fantasy prizes when the game first came out. And then that's also where the picture of Wormek was done as a contest as well. The Wormek picture, of course, won by Chris Houlihan, who was then featured in The Legend of Zelda as the prize. Link to the past, of course, for that. Gershark's so tempting. We could use some grape shark jelly. We've got all of this toast and no jelly to go on it. Mermaid section complete. Gonna head on downstairs to Kraken's area next. We're gonna grab the ribbon. We're gonna grab the Giant's glove. And I guess a small amount of cash that is in those rooms, but there's not much else there that would be worth selling. The only other weapon or armor piece down there is the light axe, and I don't think those are particularly valuable. Shining our flashlights on the spooky ghosts. This is what happens when you let spooky ghost mermaids go too long. They just become spooky ghosts and they lose their mermaid characteristics. Alright, so Hags, we got some gauntlets with your name on it. Waiting for Thou to go and use them. Okay, I don't think we are close enough to be able to melee both of the Wizhag princes. So I'm going to use the gauntlets again. This is a longer animation than 2 hammers would take. But again, if we're not close enough, we don't want to do another round. The one encounter we really don't want to see. I mean, we don't really want to see the water mentals either, but that's only like 3 attacks per round instead of 9. Like how the Silver Hammer did less damage than any other attack there. In theory, the Silver Hammer should be doing 20 more per round. But obviously there's big variances that are taking place. Like your base stats are probably outweighing the difference between these hammers at this point. White Mage simply having no upgrades whatsoever that are worthwhile. You get everybody a silver hammer at Crescent Lake if you wanted to. That's the best weapon they can use before the Masbian. The power staff is actually slightly worse than the hammer. It's like very similar in terms of attack power, but worse accuracy score. Hey, Spidey cloned. Yeah, we're gonna do 4 White Mages without class change. We've got the tail, and we taunted Bahamut with it, and then we did not give it to him. Which one is this? 385. What a great deal. Man, I have to give up the Gersh Shark Big Eye, man. That's my favorite encounter in this dungeon. And we can't fight him. Enough to give you a headache to see him go by. Go ahead and grab the treasures in here. We've got like 12,000 plus the ribbon. There we go. Now just on to Kraken. Hey, Daniel, what's my estimate for the marathon? Marathon, yeah, probably like 13, 14 hours. I'm planning to play all of the ending credits during the marathon to give my my hands a chance to rest and also a chance to eat food and things during breaks. So that'll extend it beyond just what 5 PBs would be like for any percent. So it's probably like 13 hours of gameplay, then maybe like an hour of credits. Unrunnable left here is water mentals. You still wouldn't want to see them, but the odds of running into them are much lower than the total number of unrunnables that we had upstairs. Guys again. Now they're just taunting me. They know I want to take this fight. Just keeping my HP up in case we run into that water mental pack. Again, that's the only unrunnable down here. But there's a lot of things that do damage, like these lobsters. Lobsters have a surprisingly high attack, and with the White Mages having very poor armor compared to what a normal party would have going through here, you're going to take even more damage as a result. Like, they can do 100 to like a red mage pretty easily as well. Encounter rate. Come on, we're almost a Kraken. So close. Alright, we did it. Made it to Kraken. Go ahead and get everybody healed up. Okay, I want to put Giant's Gloves pretty near the top. probably want to get some strength tonics there as well. Maybe some speed drinks. Last equip. There we go. On to you. You get a ribbon. You can upgrade to ruby. And we are all set. My strategy here is basically to get those Proteras up. We're going to be heal-logging almost every round. And we'll also be throwing Giant's Gloves and drinks and tonics all over the place to make sure that our characters get stronger. Get that. I think Speed Drink might be the priority here. You got the Healagas going. You got the Proteras going. Excellent start. Our second of the 4 fiends. We skipped carry because you need to get the Giant's Glove here to realistically be able to take on any of the fiends. Ow. Alright. Proteras help a lot. Each Protera does cut each of Kraken's 8 attacks, so it's particularly effective on him to get those early Proteras in. Round 3. Can't believe Greenleaf hasn't said anything yet. We've got this Dapper Octopus looking so fine. That's 3 Proteras. We should be doing pretty good for reducing his damage. Now, 1 more Protera would be probably enough to make him mostly ineffective. I guess we'll do 1 more speed drink. Start throwing some Giant's Tonics. Get that last Protera in. Never mind, we maybe need 2. How long did Dan spend making the Dankin costume? It was a solid week. Like, Dan did a really good job on that. Okay, 249. We'll continue buffing to make Gumbo even stronger. There, that's better. He's probably not really in need of more buffs at this point, so we're going to just go ahead and do our last Protera. There we go, Kraken down to 1 damage per hit. Gumbo up to about 70, both of which have 8 hits per round. And we just hammer away. There we go, Kraken complete. 2 fiends done, 2 to go. No gauntlets. I think that the time for the animation is not worth it. I think used to do protect or protect besides the drink. There is a protect drink. It is roughly the same as a protect 1, but you can cast it on somebody else. So that would be an option for the parties that don't have white mages. But it's really slow compared to Protera, and you can't get them until after you get to the caravan. Makes it very difficult to really get a lot of use out of them. Alright, we went and spelunked the Sea Shrine for some beautiful gear. Get rid of those caps, get rid of this stuff for knights. Shield as well. Old armlet, and... Alright, that looks like everything. Looks like everything. Alright, Healagas all around. Do I bother getting Null Death? We'll get 1 Null Death. That'll go into Gumbo. That way he can Null Death himself for Chaos and see if he's able to withstand Chaos's terrible foe. The Earthquake. Null Death does give you Earth Resistance, which is really only useful in the Chaos fight. I get 2 more Proteras now as well. We'll do 2 Proteras. We'll get Carry knocked off. And then we'll go to Mirage Tower and Sky Castle after that. Fury Volcano will be really fast. Oh, the encounter. Probably better than the Protera would be to get more drinks here. I don't have enough for all 3 Fiends, and this is relatively close by, so we might as well drop in here. I would still have to come back again for the Chaos supplies. This will be a good amount here. Alright, so just another stack of speed drinks should do it. Can still afford 2 Proteras. Mage Staff. Where'd the gauntlets go? Oh, there they are. You can do these slightly faster, even though fire is not a great choice against the Hellhound. It is better than 0 damage, which you're going to be doing with your hammers. There we go. Go ahead and take those guys out. All right. So Gurgir Volcano time. We got Helakas on everybody. We're going to soon have Proteras on everybody. Or at least on most of our team. 3 Proteras in the first round should be plenty. Protera for you, Protera for you. There's really not much I can get in here that would be huge amounts of cash. Like at most I'd be getting like maybe 10,000 from going to the far side of the floor, so I'm probably just going to skip everything in here and do team out with 3 Proteras as well. Hellhound is Cerebus, yeah, that's correct. The bust pun was a good addition, by the way. We're trying to run away from them, they're trying to away from us, and we're both failing at it. There we go. We should be able to easily outspeed everything here that is going to show up. The unrunnables are the Ogre Mage Cerebus, and also Flame Elementals, which could appear on the bottom floor. That is not the Ogre Mage Cerebus, that's the regular Cerebus fight. $20,000 from grabbing the flame armor here. Maybe only 15. I think I'll skip it. We'll just get carry. There's better concentrations of value in Sky Castle. Like there'll be a lot of rooms that have, 20, 30,000 easily within a couple steps. That's better than grabbing things here in Gurgu. Nice, refreshing lava bath. Good way to get the circulation up. Oh man, and then the firementals. And then the firementals showed up. Alright, so we have 2 items we can use, one of which is the Mage Staff, so that's fire too. Luckily they do not have a resistance to lightning, otherwise this would take a really long time. No Agamas. We might see an Agama in Temple of Fiends Revisited. There's also still a slight chance that we will run into one here. Agamas, wild Agamas, are not uncommon on the 5th floor. There we go. It's about 2 minutes to get to carry, so this is a super fast dungeon. You can do this after Tiamat as well. Like, there's no real reason you have to do it at any particular point. All right, Giant's Glove. Everybody else is going to Protera here. See how much damage that hit is doing. It'll do a lot less after this round is done. Throw a bunch of drinks. Yeah, let's just go all in on the drinks. I think Gumbo's feeling really thirsty. Start. All right, one more round. We won't have a lot of base attack power, but I can throw the strength tonics next round to make up for that. Man, the Protera spell's so good against this fight. I mean, she can do fire too as well, but we could easily out heal that with Hilaga. Then just going for the swords. All right, 600. Strength tonics probably not even needed at this point. Rest is 2. Business 2. Gumbo 1000. All right, so 3 fiends down, 1 to go. Made a little bit of cash from going in there. Oh man, do we have to do a double dip back to Melmond? I still need to go to Melmond for Dr. Un, and I don't know if I've got enough cash for the remaining spells I want there. I think I have a little bit. So we might be able to buy like one more Kiraga, which I think was the last one I needed. Kiraga at this point probably more important than a 4th Protera. Back to our airship over to Melmond. Get our slab translated from the Sea Shrine. Some spells. All right. So you guys are done. Never mind. We are done with Melmond. Time to Diaga this place to the ground. So really just we need one more Protera, which again I could probably skip. 3 Proteras at the start is good for most fights. And that would still let me Giant's Glove with the 4th person or like Null Death or other moves. Let's see everybody's magic. Alright, so I'm just missing 1 Protera, and we've got a Null Death instead for that. That works. I don't think we need any more spells, which means I could skip getting items for money. We'll just do a normal run through here to complete Tiamat. lot of monsters here. Fairly dangerous. The only unrunnable, though, is Zombul Troll. So be on the lookout for Zombul Troll. If it's only Zombuls, though, we got something else we can use besides items. We have practiced this spell quite a lot. The troll comes with him. That's when we have to do like the mage staff and gauntlets and things. Ooh, almost a great walk. And of course the troll. Alright. So let me throw one Diaga because the troll has less HP than the Zombul does. You identify with Dr. Un? I mean, if you were to pick any person in Melmont that might be some kind of role model, Dr. Un is probably your only choice. Yeah, it looks like it is needed to do that Diaga on the mixed fight. Slight Toga party there, not too bad. Now, because I do not have a travel spell, we did not class change. I do have to walk back out through that. So hopefully the Lufanian has not moved to block the path again. Of course. There we go. That actually wasn't too bad either. I will take that. I think you would not want to be that very disreputable armor smith ripping off poor innocent travelers with the outrageously priced steel armor, even though it's a terrible piece of armor, and convincing them that it's something good. That is not somebody you should admire. That is the kind of person you should throw into prison. Hopefully Gauntlet and Mage Staff does enough damage here. We'll have like 60 with our weapons, which I think will make enough of a difference. I think I was like maybe 30 or 40 short before. Yep, that does it. Ankylo's hurting quite a lot. If you think one set of steel armor is bad, I did a grind for 2 sets of steel armor when I first got the game because I had 2 fighters in my party. I have never gotten over that. Alright, so we can move up. Yeah, let's move them up Mage Staff and Gauntlets here. Get those close to the top. So tempting to fight some guards. If we had a Thor hammer, then maybe. That'd be like 350 damage per round. Not quite yet. Oh man. 2 5-packs in a row. It's a 25% chance to get 5 of them, which is the maximum. It's the ideal outcome when you have some lightning damage. We have a little bit of lightning damage, but it would take us 2 rounds. Why is the steel armor so bad? It's the same defense rating, 3 in a row. Same defense rating as the flame armor and frost armor that you're about to find for free, except it has a 23 higher weight penalty, which means that it's going to be 11.5% reduction in your evade rate, and it costs 34,000 gold, which is one of the most expensive items in the entire game. and you get like maybe a couple hundred gold per fight. It's a ridiculous amount of time to get one, let alone two. And you almost immediately throw it away. I think I should still grab the Thor hammer here, even though it takes me into the center. Then if I get any unrunables, I'll have 3 attackers and then 4 when we get to the black shirt upstairs. Alright, good ambush. I will get my revenge on you guys. Gaze does not work on us from the Perilous. That is insta-death, and we've got Pro Rings to block it. Petrification from Cockatrices actually does still work. The thing that keeps you safe in the late game from Cockatrices is just your innate magic defense score. There's no element that prevents it in NES, but as you get levels, you'll reduce your odds of it having to be a problem. I definitely support Lich's destruction of the town of Melmond over steel armor pricing. Do not participate in the steel armor scam. Make sure everybody is aware. Steel armor never again. Three guards now. Three guards are not worth stopping for. It's 5, sure. We had 5, 5, 5 for our initial one, and those would have been great. That was before Thor hammer. Now they're scared. They're scared to approach us. Do have the Blue D fight coming up. I'm just going to use the attack items. Even though lightning is obviously not a great element to use against Blue D, we will probably have like only a 3-round fight. So I can keep people alive during it with Hilaga. Gumbo! Gumbo, please! Alright. Gumbo missing out some more experience. 2.5 Agamas down, plus 2 Zombies, which is like another 2 Agamas. Don't even bother with that. Gauntlets. Thor? Before anybody asks, the reason I'm not using Thor Hammer is because we have not class changed, and Thor Hammer is a White Wizard exclusive weapon, so White Mages cannot use it. White Mages cannot use any items in the game from now until Masbeard. Is Gumbo related to Dan somehow? I'm beginning to be suspicious that when we drop Dan from our party, Gumbo is really Dan in disguise. I mean, we already know that Dan is wearing masks and portraying all the bosses. He could be traveling with us too. That would be the perfect way to know when we are approaching a boss. Mirage Tower. I'm gonna grab the Bane Sword. I think Bane Sword is slower than doing Giant's Glove here, but more fun. I need to move Thor Hammer higher up. think I've got one spot above the gauntlets that's not really being actively used. It's like antidotes or something. Speed drinks. All right. Yeah, those can go there. Actually, yeah, like that. That's actually not bad. Probably do that swap. Now, with a little bit more attack power than the rest of them, must have gotten a nice intelligence bonus on the recent level ups. But nothing else here really useful. Evil Man's kind of scary because he's tailored with the really fast Nightmare. As long as we get away in the first 2 rounds, we're good. Really in the first round. You don't want to push it to round 2. If he uses Dispel, you don't want to see that nuke coming. Grab my ribbon here. We're going to grab the black shirt and white shirt as well. I don't need cash, so we're not going to bother with the fighter gear. Double Nightmare. I mean, maybe we should grab a little bit more experience. I think we're still like level 34 or something. Ooh, there's the spell. 1 in 4 chance of nuke next turn if we stick around. But I feel like we could beat Chaos with the level that we're at pretty easily. Well, I still need to buy another stack of drinks. I want to make sure I've got at least 20,000 coming out of this. We can steal the Bane Sword. We only need it for this one fight. Ignoring the hardcore Manticores. The Manticore sprite looks so much better in PSP. It's one of my favorite sprites in the entire game. This one's like kind of basic. But the slinky, sleek Manticores are really good in PSP. PSP, though, moves some of the teleporter locations to be less convenient. Like if you hold left coming out of GBA, you walk right over to the stairs here. But on PSP, you get warped back to the previous floor. For some reason, they decided to move the teleporters around. Alright, 1 Vampire Lord we'll stop for. We'll give him some directions to how to get to the afterlife. Maybe the afterlife, whatever vampires have. There we go, out of there. One more block to get through, and then we'll find out. Is tonight the night that we find Wormack? We've been searching so many times and still have never come across him. Will we break that streak right here? No Wormacks. I am sad to report, Wormack is nowhere to be found. Okay, go ahead and move those up. We got black robe there. Maybe... we don't really need the white robe. Don't really need the white robe. Are encounters reduced in this version? Yes. The NES version is the only one that has a higher encounter rate for this floor. And then all remakes give it a normal encounter rate for the dungeons in the game. Here we go. Oh, you don't even have Protera. You're going to use the Bane Sword. Get some blocking in. 140 is a lot, but we will reduce that with like 6 more casts. Gumbo use the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Yep, there we go. Tiamat, though, does have a lot of elemental skills, so the Proteras are not the only answer to her. Gumbo uses the Bane Sword again. It's still ineffective. Gumbo used the Bane Sword again. Still ineffective. Will Raz and Val beat Tiamat out? 2 HP per round. Gumbo not getting that Bane Sword down. I think Gumbo might be Cal in disguise. We were not sure if he was Dan. He's acting more like Cal here. Gumbo use the Bane Sword. Ineffective. Gumbo use the Bane Sword. Ineffective. Might just start throwing drinks onto him as a backup in case the Bane Sword fails 10 more times in a row. Gumbo use the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Gumbo use the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Odds of getting baned 1 in 7. 1 in 7. Yeah, Kilaga's my best choice. Use the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. I'll give Gumbo 3 more tries. No, 2 more tries. He's had a lot already. Gumbo use the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Last try here. Gumbo used the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Alright, Gumbo's going for the standard kill. Let Val try it. Get 1 try in there, maybe. Val used the Bane Sword. Ineffective. Gumbo might have to do a couple rounds of Giant's Gloves to get up to usable standards. Meanwhile, Val is going to be using that Bane Sword. I threw a lot of drinks on Gumbo as well, and it's still at 120. Alright, Giant's Glove it is. We need to do that. Trying not to run out of Hilagas here. Now use the Bane Sword. Ineffective. uses the Bane Sword. Ineffective. These white mages are the worst Bane Sword users I've ever seen. Now he's the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. We're gonna give Gumbo a try again now. Give it up on Thou. Gumbo versus Thou. Which is the worst at killing Tiamat? Now use the Bane Sword. It's ineffective. Thou has perished for his awful use of the Bane Sword. Let's not speak of that fight ever again. We're just going to ignore that one. I'm selling the Bane Sword. We're going to use the money to buy a lot of liquor, and then we will drink our sorrows away. The 17 rep team had a shame. It felt like it was more. 17 seems like a conservative number for how many Bane Sword failures there were in that. I gave them ample opportunity to demonstrate how to use the Bane Sword, and it's clear that none of them can do it. Head back to the caravan. We need to trade our Bane Sword in for something that can help us in the Chaos battle, because the Bane Sword certainly isn't. Now, might not be able to use the Bane Sword, but he does have the highest intelligence of anybody here. Goodbye, Bane Sword. You will not be missed. That's hopefully enough. And then, yeah, we got a lot of those. More of those. That'll take us to hopefully the end of the game. We're going to be entering Temple of Fiends under 4 hours. It's a really good time. Maybe on pace for a 4.5 hour completion here. One last aerial bombardment over the town of Melmon before we go in. Let's go ahead and move those down. Actually, yeah, we can keep those up there. Phoenix Downs, remedies, some Mega Elixirs and Ethers in good spots. Ether probably number one. Alright, looks good. We have one last dungeon to go, and it is going to be a fun one with 4 white mages. The white mages really have a hard time killing anything, so unrunnables are very unpleasant. The purple worm fights are probably going to be resets, just like the frosties are. Gasties are resets. All these are like soft resets, so like losing a couple steps. But it means that we're going to be doing really quick bursts through this whole top floor section. So close. Don't even need to see the battles. The odds of it not being a frosty or purple worm here are fairly low. Same thing with like gas dragons upstairs. Those we at least want to peek at because it's like a 46% chance of gas dragons and everything else is runnable. I probably should have peeked. Probably should have peeked. This is an ambush, and then that'd take a long time. Like it's like 9 bad men. We're actually lower level right now than we will probably be in a speedrun. 35 here is actually roughly where I would start Temple of Fiends, but I'd be taking purple worm fights and a couple other battles that I'm gonna have to skip on this one. So I'm gonna guess we're gonna end at 35 instead of going up to 36 or 37. Someday, Gasties, someday we will come back, and then you will get yours. Phantom is undead, which means this is going to hurt a lot. He is not going to like this. Dialga does do more damage than Fyra, so Fire 2 is the mage staff item is not actually worth using. Does the RNG keep moving? Yes. The random numbers in this version of the game are based on the number of frames plus a random seed, which I think is stored on your cart. So you have continuously new battles, even if you reset and start again. I think if you did like a hard power and you like held a direction right at the start, you would see the same battles, but for soft resets, it keeps it in memory. Mage is playing a nice selection from the Phantom top 30 right there. The loot hit that is hottest in Coneria right now. Damage, not really a big deal. Damage is much better than getting stuck in fights. Alright, go ahead and take these guys. I don't really think a level would be like a super big deal, because I don't think we are nearby either a breakpoint for the Mazmune or another strong HP gain, but we can take a fight, then we can take a fight. So there we are into 36 now. Alright, that was probably longer than I should have gone before saving, but with the second floor is probably the least dangerous. It does have a lot of unrunnables, but there are things like Zombies and Frost Giants I can actually kill, as opposed to Gasties or Purple Worms, which take a really long time. Yeah, Jamera turned into Rios. I don't think there's an N in it. I think it's just RHYOS. But it's not as good as the Chimera's cousin Jim. Like that's the ideal fantasy name. That's the fallback when, you know, they just really don't care about this monster. It's like, what do we call him? Jim. Well, that's too short. All right, Chimera. He's Chimera's cousin. Oh man, this hallway. We just gotta get a couple more steps, and then I'll be able to take my save, go ever closer to getting off of this floor forever. Once we're through here, no more Frosties, which is the most enormous pain. Purple worms, because we're white mages, we also really can't deal with. That would be 8 casts of our items, maybe 7. So even though the experience is really good, the time loss would be a lot. One try, nope. No thank you. No ice storm for me. What's the combination for soft reset? GBA, it's basically all the buttons. For PlayStation, it's select start LR. Same thing for PSP. Alright. Earth elementals are unrunnable, but everything else we can get away from. So we're going to try to take this floor without having saves come across it. And NES does not have a soft reset sequence. You have to do the reset button on the console. But everybody else has got one. Well, maybe not Wonder Swan. I can't think of a Wonder Swan combination. I'm sure at some point I knew if there was one. Come on, Biz, we're relying on you here. Biz has failed. Gumbo has failed. Thou's failed. Raz has gotten it. Alright, Raz, you're my new favorite light warrior. Yeah, right. Well, we should be able to one-round them with how much damage that we do with the Mage Staff, especially. Ice is going to do less. Thunder is going to do less, but Fire is going to do 50% more. Anytime I have to do something, I want to have Val be using the best item versus the monster. That was a bad break. Getting them again. I guess a little bit more experience. Might be, well, how far back was Gumbo? Gumbo was like 4.5 Agamas back. Getting him to 36 is going to require something besides just these Earth Elementals and the bosses. Good news, everybody. Time for an undead boss. You're gonna regret that, Danch. Be surprised if it's nukeless, because it is 3 rounds, I think. 2 rounds in. I guess he does have a lower chance of doing nuke, but it's still pretty high. There it goes. Man, 4 round against Lich. Doesn't really have anything after nuke, although Thou does not have a ruin. So something like Zap would be bad for him. Five rounds. Wow, this guy's got more health than I thought. Still better than gloving up, though. I want to save a lot of my glove drinks for the final 2 or 3 battles. There he goes. All right, Danch is down. Next up, Danry. And then Dankin. And then finally, Danamot. The Gorgamera. That's an interesting fact. Was not expecting that. Oh man, I wasn't also expecting Agamas. Which means Agama fact time. Our very first Agamas of the night. Did you know Agamas naturally sort themselves according to shoe size whenever standing in line? Not sure if they go from smallest to largest or largest to smallest. Whatever it is, it's a weird way of lining up. It's also weird that Agamas wear shoes. Not many monsters do wear shoes. Let's give you the Pro Cape. Drop 1 Healaga here. Get 6 Proteras off. Maybe we'll get 5 plus Healaga to make sure that Gumbo doesn't die. Actually, Kiraga's a better choice for him. So we'll have 5 Proteras here. That'll be about 180 less damage from carry. Probably need more. 8 Proteras. Alright, maybe overkill. After we got the 5th one off, she dropped quite a bit there. She must have gotten a really good hit in the previous set. How many drinks do we have? We got a couple drinks, so I can afford to throw a few of them here during this fight. We need way more Giant's Gloves than that. That's 6 drinks so far. I probably don't want to go much more than that. We still have 3 more Fiends, or 3 more boss battles, including Chaos. Has Carrie done any spells yet? I think she has just punched people in the face. And we're gonna try Gumbo's hammering action again. So we've got a Silver Hammer, which is the best we can get at this point in the game for white mages. When we get the Masbune, that'll be a nice boost. It'll significantly reduce the amount of buffing needed for Tiamat and for Chaos. I was debating about whether to get it or not. It's definitely doable without it. We've done it with our bare hands, in fact. But I think it would probably save me more time than it would take to do those 2 rounds of buffs, or 2 fights worth of buffs. Because Tiamat's got 6,600 health and has more defense than carry. So you need even more Giant's Gloves and even more hammerings to get Tiamat down. Alright, no water elementals, please. Technically not water elementals, even though that's a really terrible encounter. There's very few good encounters on this floor. That's the problem with the Kraken floor here. Alright, white mages, you can get away from these guys. The white mages are very slow. It is a known fault that white mages have. Slowest of all 6 character classes. But they try really hard to make up for it. And sometimes they do. Oh, man. Gauntlets. Mage Staff. Thor Hammer. You get the Black Robe. We should be able to 1-round these elementals now. Why are the white sharks purple? Because they're actually grape sharks. It's white grapes, which are still purple. It's just a clear juice that they have, even though the outer husk is not clear. Ethering, there we go. Actually, why don't I give... Oh, that's right, you can't wear the white shirt because you're not a white wizard. It's like, why don't I give him the white shirt and then increase his defense? It doesn't work that way. Good start, we want to see ink right there at the beginning. We're going to be stacking Proteras until we have relative safety from the tentacles. Lit 2 is not really threatening. You can always out-heal that very rapidly, but the physical damage is the biggest thing that makes Kraken a jerk. Like right there, that would have been way more damage without 3 Proteras. And 3. Alright, now we can start throwing some drinks. Maybe get a heal off to get Gumbo back up to full. It's in pretty good shape though. I think we just want to do a couple of speed tonics. Could use a monocle, I agree. Kraken monocle, maybe a pipe. Something to really complement the cape. I do like though that in this version, Kraken is not nearly as slimy as he is in PSP. Slimy Kraken, I think, maybe needs like hand sanitizer or something. Let's see where we are damage-wise. If he's over like 800, we're good. And we could save some buffs for the later boss fights. Yeah, he's good. Very good indeed. The fiends all have been significantly buffed over the original. Like in the original version, what they did was just take the base HP value and add 100. But first of all, like they've doubled or tripled most of the fiends' health, even for the base version. And for the refights, they got crazy. And like for Tiamat, she's got 6x over the base NES Tiamat 2 fight. Crack is not nearly as bad. I think he's only I think he's 4x. Got the heal here. We are grabbing the Mazmune. Save some time having to buff in the Tiamat and Chaos fights. Greenleaf shedding a tear for the dapperness. The dapperness lost to the world forever. I will have to save some here because of the 4 purple worm battle. Probably should fight vampires. I think we might be able to kill these guys. You know what? That's 2 battles in a couple steps, and that second one's gonna be hard to get away from. Greenleaf does have an impressive ability to fall asleep while being hammered. That's the battle we can't really do. I mean, we can do it, it just takes a while. I think everybody's been pretty well hammered here tonight, Greenleaf, especially Astos, but you gotta watch out when these white mages are around. No telling how many ethers have been consumed. There we go, Mazmune down. Let's give Gumbo the Mazmune. Everybody else with plain old wooden hammers. Hey, Real Psycho, welcome in. Just finishing up our 4 white mages run here on GBA. With the Mazmune, I feel more confident charging through here, because we can at least do purple worm around, I think. Never mind. They'll take 6 rounds still. Still gonna save scum on the way back. Maybe it doesn't quite save as much time as I thought for these 2 battles, even for the white mage group. Definitely on other classes, we're going to have a better weapon to start with. The Mazmune's not worth the time coming down to this corner. But the white mages have got the worst alternate weapons of anybody. Like, they don't even have the cat claw that a black mage would. I guess technically a black wizard, but you'd probably class change if you had black mages for your party. Ooh, there we go. We're so close, I just want the battles to be over with. Go fight Tiamat. Still could get like a 430. Tiamat and Chaos are going to be long battles. The only reason I'm not confident about doing it in the next 14 minutes. Actually, 14 is a lot of time. Chaos is maybe like 8 minutes tops. There we go. All right, so that is everybody. Get some Proteras going. Start. Go ahead, get the gloves on. Terra Kiraga. Hyper Terrors is not a ton, but I want to go more offensive for Tiamat here. With the Masbian, we have a lot more initial damage potential, so I don't worry as much about taking lots of rounds for buffs. Again, Tiamat should have 6,600 hit points. We'll see how much damage Gumbo is doing here. Got a couple speed drinks, got a couple power gloves, and one Masbune. $400, okay. Maybe some strength tonics to buff that up, and with the 2 speed drinks and some strength tonics, I bet it would be profitable to have one more Giant's Glove in. Basically, you're losing a round of combat to Giant's Glove here. So doing this has to save me at least 1 round to be worth it. And it was looking like it would be 9 to 10 rounds. And this should get it down to like 5. So I think it's a good trade. Final 2 strength tonics I'm going to use. Saving everything that I can for Chaos. He's got a lot of defense. So you want to make sure that you can just crush him with overwhelming power by the time that you're done buffing. Okay, probably 2 more rounds. One more round to go. Tiamat down. Just the Chaos fight. It's going to be really close to 430. It's an excellent time. I was guessing, based on my last playthrough, 530 here. We had a really good start overall. I think we got off to an excellent beginning. So close. I feel like we can make it to the stairs from here. We just need to step slightly over to the side. And there we go. All right, so Val to the front. Actually, Val does not have the ribbon, right? Yeah, okay. Everybody else is ribboned. Gumbo is going to be my main damage dealer. Plenty of MP for Hilagas. And bring up those strength tonics. Make sure we have the Mega Elixirs easily accessible. Looks good. And now, this guy that destroyed Dan tonight. We are going to get our revenge on him. I mean, he didn't personally destroy Dan, but he ordered the monsters that killed Dan. And for that, he must be held to his crimes. Now it's going to take a lot of damage from these elemental skills, but does have a decent amount of health. Tank one round. Maybe I should have started with my traditional Giants tonics to make it a little bit safer here. Null Death is really not needed until later on in the fight. Still hurts with the punches. Even with 2 Praetors, barely denting his massive physical attack. Everybody lives through Tsunami. The Famicom run, the full game, no, it's any percent runs for all 5. If the Famicom run was the full game, it'd basically be the same as the NES version. Right, it's hitting exactly 999 HP. Good show. It's doing some gloves. Ooh, Biz. Luckily, we do have a Kiraga going on to Biz here, in addition to the Healaga that everybody gets. We'll do another one of those next round as well. That'll catch Biz up to full health after the next round. Alright, Earthquake is not going to kill Thou, because we did get Null Death at the start of the fight. It was too early to do it, but we need to do it at some point. Get those speed drinks going. Going on the Giant's Glove. Has been going very heavy on the skills, nowhere near Cure 4, which is weird. Kind of hoping to get Cure 4 off, and then we'd be able to go into attack mode after that. Null Natural Disaster. Null Volcano would probably be a good one. On piling those buffs onto Gumbo. We want to be seeing around 2,000 damage when I come out of this set of buffs. I'm going to do like one more and then give him a test. Why does Chaos have an angry bird coming out of his stomach? Because he ate too many Agama eggs. That's actually a baby Agama. Alright, so Gumbo should be really fast, but maybe not doing enough base damage. That's what this test is for, to see if I want to switch over to Strength Tonics here. That's pretty good. Alright. So 2,000 is not quite enough, but if we start throwing some Strength Tonics, I think that's going to go up even higher. He's got enough attacks per round that without haste, he can't go over 16. So he's already pretty close to that number. Chaos mysteriously continuing to ignore the ability to cast spells. He might be defective. We might have a broken Chaos here. We just need to get through 10 rounds. We've already done 2, so 8 rounds to go with Gumbo. Now 7. Six. We may leave down a die. Not really doing much in this fight now. 5. Could be 4. Like there's a chance we might get a fractional extra bit here. We're so close. All right, let's go ahead. So those extra Mega Elixirs. We got 2 more Mega Elixirs from Zombies. I used my first one from the 15 puzzle to start us off. We could be 1 away. We could be 2 away. It's very close here. Yeah, still not using a single spell. He may have been randomized. This may be the version of Chaos that has the imp script. Alright, next round should do it. All out hammering. Get him, Gumbo. There he goes. 429.04. That's a fast time for 4 mages. Very happy.